Howdy, hairbrains. I'm Han, and I'm half man, half bun. And for the month of October, I'm trying to focus on a lot of horror content. Hold on, one moment. I need to take myself away. It seems VitoTube is not really cooperating with me too well. But before I do that, hello Zoe LMP. Thank you for signing in. You were the first one here, so it's great to see you. Yowdy. And hello to Edward Hyde. It's great to see you too. I have to restart the camera processing software for my face, but you'll just give me one moment here. I'm gonna vanish and I'll be right back in just a moment. Now you see, before I even started the stream, I did not have my microphone plugged in, which is a pretty important thing to have for a stream, but in not too long I should appear right about now. There we go. And it's going to capture my voice much more accurately. And hello and welcome to Jimmy Map. It's great to see you too. Really, it's just honestly so great to see all of you here. This is a bit of a guerrilla stream. I thought I had a schedule that I would stick to, and then I realized not long ago that sticking to a schedule is hard. It's really hard. And I don't want to. Not anymore. Zoe, let me send this off to them. I'll get back to you in a minute. Okay, I think it's working now. Yes, it is working. Okay, great. Wonderful, wonderful. You are the first. Yes, you're so excited about it. That's wonderful. Now, oh, holy moly. A66, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. Hello and welcome. You are now a hairbrain. I hope you enjoy your cute rabbit form from now on, your little chibi-fine rabbit form. The theme for the day is going to be short little horror stories, or what you might know as green texts. Now, I need to do something really quick, and that's going to be, I'm going to look up and find the first thing that comes up when I look up spooky atmospheric music. Yes, this is what I need. This is exactly what I need. Dark ambience, horror background music, 10 hours. That might be a bit too heavy, and I'm not planning on going for 10 hours. So maybe 1 hour of dark, mysterious ambient music for writing and creativity, D&D RPG ambience. Still not quite there. How about haunted village Halloween ambience? 3 hour. Well, there's a bat emoji here. 3 hours of relaxing, spooky, and fall nature sounds, white noise. Yeah, I think I'll do this. Okay, that's a bit loud. Now let me add in Chrome. Should work. There we go. Okay. And I have to turn off my own BGM actually. Hold on. I know that's the background. I need the BGM. There we go. And hi Isaac. It's great to see you. Your mom's allergic? What do you Your mom's allergic to horror. Zoe, I hate to break it to you, but you're already VIP. You're already VIP, Zoe. You don't need to be any more VIP. Yes, you see that image right next to your name. If there's anybody else you'd like, feel free to name them. They can very easily become a VIP. Now, theme of this stream today, it's going to be horror green texts. I have a few. I have a thread opened here. I think we have quite the selection for today. I'm not sure if I will get to the classics or your old favorites, Heidman, but we're just going to go through this and pray that you'll recognize some of them. There might be one or two oldies in here. And I've now answered your request, Zoe LMP. Mr. Isaac is now a VIP of the channel. Brand new follower, brand new VIP. Hello and welcome. I hope you enjoy your stay. Now, we do have a presentation. Yes, this looks like it'll do. Okay. And this should work, I think. Alright. Now, hey, whatever works. I've heard most of them. I see. Alright. Let's hop right to this. Actually, before I hop right to it, I'm gonna do one last thing. One thing I should have done before I went live. And that's just going to be to toss my link in the usual spot. Not sure that there's much point to it, but may as well. So how have your guys' days been? Because mine has been rather uneventful. I watched a rather long stream just now, and since it ended, it has been, I've been given the opportunity to stream myself. And so I figured, why not give it a go and play to my strength and just do something simple with my voice, because the games, they're tough. They're tough to commentate on. I'm not so confident in them. And now, let's get to it. Let's get right to it. This is an interesting tune to have for horror, but either way, jump to the presentation. Alright. So this is what we're looking at here. I don't know, actually, all of these, but as you can see, some of them are quite large. This is, how tall is this one? 7,000 pixels tall. It's a very lengthy story. Now, I'm going to get to that one later. Let's start with the one in the OP image here. I'm going to control zoom out and move myself to the side here. And I shall be your narrator for all these funny little stories. What is that that you're saying? My sister got a rabbit, and then my mom found out my mom was allergic. Oh, jeez, that's not good. Typically, you'll wanna know about that before you do any purchasing of animals, especially rabbits. Rabbits can be rather not terribly long-lived. It was actually a talking point in the stream that I mentioned earlier that rabbits die really, really fast. And I had to chime in and let them know that one of the most common causes of death for rabbits is, oh, I'm just gonna forget. You know what, actually? You're right. You're right, Zoe. I'm so sorry about that. They've gotten back to us. We're gonna take one of these green texts at random. We're gonna make it into a simulated VR world, and we're gonna make you run through it first, Zoe. In fact, and if that is a success, we're gonna make all these scary green texts into crappy little games like Chilla's Art games, and you're gonna be the first one to playtest them. That's your role, Zoe. You are the playtester of crummy little horror games. So I hope you enjoy jump scares. I hope you enjoy jump scares, Zoe. But yeah, as I was saying, the rabbits, their most common cause of death is something called GI stasis, gastrointestinal stasis. It's basically just being really constipated, and there's not a lot you can do for that. You just kind of hope that it all comes out. And sometimes it doesn't, and they will just die rapidly. A lot of things to do with your colon will kill you really quickly. Like if you get colon cancer and you're diagnosed with that, you can die in a couple of days. I'm pretty sure that the fella that the fella in Smash Mouth was diagnosed with something like that, and he died really, really quickly, which is unfortunate. But it's not as unfortunate as, say, having a brain aneurysm and dying instantly. You are a half-pig first player of horror games. You're wearing these like a badge of honor. I'm happy for you. Now, let's get to this first story here, because it's in the background, and I'm not trying to simply steal content that people have very painstakingly written out. I'm going to give it a read here. But first, Isaac says, we had a guinea pig and a rabbit. and the rabbit my mom had to put them in the same cage, and the rabbit by the time she got back had ripped the guinea pig's ear off. Yeah, about that. At least rabbit women are incredibly defensive. When you want to have two rabbits copulate, you have to put the female in the male's cage before, and not the male in the female's cage, because she'll get really defensive and bite his junk off. It's pretty bad. And yeah, rabbit women can be feisty, but you know, we like that in a woman. I like that in a woman. So this first story, as it goes here, it's night shift stories. There's been months without any relevant happenings. When was this? In September 2021. So that's about over 2 years ago now. So while we wait, anyone has any night shift stories to tell? It's a small field, but not many people know how haunted most libraries are. Be me, worked my way up to library manager. I've managed 2 libraries thus far. Board of supervisors, district manager, etc. Always tell you what's up with your branch shortly after taking the job. Current branch is pretty fucked. Female employees, which is 90% of the workforce in the field, at my library suffer the most. Angry noises affect one employee. Accuses her teammates of pranks, stomping around, doors slamming, men shouting, etc. while she's in the bathroom. Another female employee has been locked inside the bathroom with the lights thrown off, sink turned on when she was in there. Heard her cry for help, a staff bathroom on the other side of the manager's office. Door was locked and required my master key, the only key that can lock the door from the outside. Obviously, I was not responsible and would never do this. Public restrooms are a no-go for my female employees. They are opened and closed by me, and me alone. Stalls will slam in sequence, lights will go on and off, diaper stations spontaneously fall open. And most libraries keep a second incident report log. This is usually very private and quiet. We know these as unexplained phenomena and logs. We are usually county and local government, so staff safety still needs to be ensured. I've had to close the branch one day. County maintenance guy and myself fabricated that the power was lost to the facility, which was not true. We flipped the breakers as proof for when my opener arrived. Truth is, it was a mess inside the building. Books were literally everywhere, as if someone with a grudge had broken in. Workstations and service counter, a mess of unloaded staplers, pencils broken into dozens of pieces, and our copier bulb was burnt out after running all night. Pages photocopied were of the ceiling above the copier. Does anyone want to know more? Oh, hi, Rura. Hello and welcome. It's good to see you. Howdy. Meowdy. I hope this isn't a horror game, so you can't use that as an excuse to stay away from the stream, huh? Yeah? You can sit down and hunker down and enjoy this one. In my personal opinion. It's not even that scary. It's just, we're chilling. It's alright, Rura. But it's good to see you. Does anybody want to hear more? OP just likes to fuck with the employees and won't admit it. That's pretty funny as a theory, as the strange happenings in the library, but it seems like people are very into this scary library story. More it is then. This last winter, 2020, Board of Supervisors decided that the operational hours needed to be extended to make up for the doors being closed during the Great Kufinade. Some genius decided that the branch will be open from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Yes, that way we can serve the exactly 0 people wanting books at night in the snow and cold. No female employee closes during the winter nights anymore. Our hours have changed to 6 p.m. extended hours. This is the reason why. Week 5 of the stupid late night hours, I'm closing with, let's call her Janet. Janet is a really cool employee, never says no, a great self-starter, and is fun to work with. She's had her own encounters. She's the employee who faces the phantom harassments. Approximately around 7:50 p.m., a snowstorm hits the area. I offer her the ride home as to not endanger her elderly mother, as Janet does not drive. Shortly after hearing the winds and snowfall, a cacophony of noise erupts from the lobby, slamming, banging, glass shattering, and a deep booming. Janet and I cease our chatting, and I get up to investigate the cause. At the glass doors to the lobby, nothing is of note. The front doors are closed, the light is on. I enter the lobby. and I've taken about 4 steps from the glass doors to the closed front doors as the glass doors slam behind me. I turn, expecting to see Janet, but she's not there. Turning back towards the front doors, the right wall with our public bulletin board begins dropping flyers one by one. The tacks remain in place. I stare dumbfounded as the bulletin board sheds itself nude. In this lobby, there are 2 doors to the left that are the entrance to our public meeting room. The meeting room doors slammed on their locks rhythmically. Pound, pause, pound, pause, pound, pause. I jolted at this, but stared in shock as the blackness in the room is all that could be seen through the door windows. The light in the lobby started to flicker out of sync with the pounding. At this, I'm finished with this. I've heard things and I've seen things, but this is my first truly wholly unexplained experience in this branch. I make a deliberate walk to the doors leading into the library and walk back inside. Janet is not at the customer service desk. Hello, Bardrin. It's good to see you. Hello, welcome. We're reading scary stories from anonymous image boards. And thank you for the first time chat. It's good to see you. Now, I was unnerved enough by the experience from the lobby, but something about the familiarity of the library interior made her not at the desk okay. She was more than likely just shelving. Sure enough, I hear the squeaking of a book truck. After a single use, they all begin to squeak. The book truck must be the carriage that they use for moving books around through the library and carrying them around, because books are pretty heavy. I step into my office to check my emails once more, and finish a flyer for a children's program we were planning for the holidays. As I type, I hear the squeaking of a truck, then a pause. I'm thinking that indeed, Janet is shelving in the stacks somewhere. After about 10 minutes of my working, and the sound stopping and beginning of the book truck, I decide to go back to the main library and see if Janet needs assistance in finishing. Ooh, what was that noise? Kino, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. It's much appreciated. We're reading scary stories. Hope you like them. Now, where was I? I decided to go back to the main library and see if Janet needs assistance in finishing. The book truck is right in front of my open office door, completely void of any library materials, placed directly in front of the open space so that I must move it to venture forward. You're a nice reader. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Now, I move the cart and briskly make a tour through the library. I went through every shelf bay and checked our teen room. I hadn't heard Janet walk by with the book truck, nor had I heard her out on the floor. In a panic, I head out for the staff break room. A sinking feeling washed over me that potentially the noises in the lobby were a distraction from some sort of bad guys who have entered the library through other means. The staff break room lights are off, and I turn them on. The small room is empty. I check... Oh, geez, I gotta figure out a way to change the, what is it called? The alerts? I gotta have a quiet, like, comfy alert noise. But this isn't bad either, because it keeps me aware. You would like to give Kino VIP? Sure thing. Sure thing. Kino with 2 underscores, it seems. Let me see that. Yes, 2. Wait, no, is that just 1? No, it's 2 underscores. Okay. And I believe Kino is now VIP. Enjoy your VIP status, Kino. Thank you so much. Oh, wait, that's not what I wanted to open. Now, back to this. That was the weakest throat clearing I've ever done in my life. Now let me see here. Where was I? I think of the staff bathroom. I try the handle and it's locked. I knocked and I hear nothing. I knock harder, say Janet's name, and still nothing. I take the master key and unlock the door. Janet is on the floor of the bathroom, crying her eyes out, mascara all over her face. She looks up wide-eyed and grabs me around the waist, absolutely delirious, saying my name and how she was trapped. I bent down to comfort her, asking what the fuck happened. I help her up, and we sit at the lunch table. She's shaking as I bring her a box of tissues. When I had gone out to source the noise, she had waited more than 15 minutes for me to return. I stated this wasn't possible, but she cut me off. She had gotten up to use the bathroom. She did her business, washed her hands, but the towel dispenser didn't work. She tried a few more times, but decided to exit the bathroom and use the towels in the kitchenette, but the door wouldn't budge. She tried over and over, but The door was locked. She began pounding the door and yelling my name. Frantic now, she became more and more terrified of her situation. And that was when the lights went out on her. She felt around quickly for the switch, but no matter how many times it went up and down, the lights would not come back on. The sound of footsteps echoed on the tile floors. She said it sounded like 3 people were in there with her. This is when she began to cry. She was just waiting for the moment something or someone would shove her, push her, or run into her. She curled up in a corner, trying to make herself as small as possible. She covered her head, but after just a moment, the footsteps stopped. The sink came to life, gushing water, then it turned off, gushing water, then off again. On the 3rd time, it began to just drip, each drop becoming louder than the last, until, as she stated, the sound began to hurt her ears. It was then I arrived. When the lock turned over from my key, the lights came back on. I profusely apologized to Janet. However, I had been on the opposite side of the wall and heard nothing. I swore if I would have heard her, I would have been there in seconds. Janet wasn't okay. Of all the instances of these experiences, this had been the worst. She refused to be left alone, and the 2 of us traveled around the building and stayed close. I believed her story, but the time issue was nagging at me. Currently, the time was now 8:20. I had checked my PC clock at my workstation when I returned from the lobby and floor, but my time added up. Something about this wasn't odd, and it was terrifying me. With only 40 minutes left of being open, we remained at the service counter watching videos to calm Janet down. Though frightened myself at what she told me, I needed to remain calm and in control for her sake. What happened next still gives me chills. The ceiling of the library is an enormous... Oh, before... Oh no. A lot of green texts don't have pictures, but the green texts that do have pictures freak me out a lot. And this one has a couple of pictures there. I'll try and get myself out of frame so I can show them to you later on. Let me see this. The ceiling of the library is an enormous labyrinth of beams and crossbars, like a cathedral vaulted ceiling. The beams began to creak and moan, as if a great weight had been placed upon them. Ah, shit. Must be the snow, I stated. As I finished the last syllable of snow, I was struck on the top of my head. A DVD case had fallen from the beams. I looked up, nothing there. Janet began shuddering and sobbing. The creaking and moaning becomes slower and louder. I rose from my seat and beckoned her towards me. The DVD and Blu-ray stacks started to shed materials from them. In 1s, 2s, and 3s, DVD and Blu-rays fell from the shelves. We're done. We're leaving, and quickly. We headed for the back room and grabbed our coats. Making it to my vehicle, I started the engine and drove to the entrance. I locked the doors, and we left for the night. I recorded the incident and informed the county library manager of what had happened. The building was a mess in the morning. In addition to the visual media, the children's books, picture books, nonfiction, and half the adult fiction were completely removed from their shelving. I contacted Janet, asked how she was doing. She was thinking of quitting. She had never felt so helpless, powerless, and worst of all, afraid. To be honest, I begged her to stay. She's a fantastic employee, and she still works for me. However, female employees do not close or stay after dark. We do not have a lock on the bathrooms now. A sign that says occupied and vacant is on outside of the door and needs to be flipped. Obviously, employees must additionally knock. Closing shifts are for male employees only. For some reason, our unexplained phenomena are limited to slamming doors and flickering lights. I have more stories if Anons are interested from this library and others. Are we sure it wasn't just an earthquake? I mean, I would agree with you there, Mr. Hyde, that it could have just been an earthquake, could have just been a funny little thing, but this... I don't believe earthquakes typically happen in areas that have heavy snow the way this does. I think that typically happens in more tropical areas. Now, if I have to go check... oh, I am covering this up. I'll scooch over for a moment. Now, that is the picture there. I could maybe zoom in a little bit more. Yeah. Give you guys a better look. Those are the scary, scary bathrooms that the lady was locked in. Gotta be honest, the picture he's taken does make them look quite menacing, to be entirely honest with you. But I wouldn't want to take a... I mean, I've already gone into detail over how I'm not fond of public bathrooms to begin with, so I wouldn't personally ever find myself in one of those if I could avoid it. Now, he says this is where the public restrooms are located. The light flickered upon taking this photo this morning. As previously stated, female employees do not pass this point and either lock or unlock these bathrooms. And these are the beams and rafters from which I believe he said a DVD case fell on him. It does have a look of a library to it. A lot of libraries have a nice wooden interior to feel more natural and cozy and open. But clearly it's pretty haunted, pretty spooky. Now, would enjoy more stories, lad. Very interesting stuff. So why do you think this is happening? What causes libraries to be spook hotspots? Why isn't this a well-known, investigated phenomenon? Can you guys see this one that's right next to my blood bag here? She began pounding. Very nice, very nice. My local library is haunted too. Wonder what's up with that. Good green text, add-on. I couldn't... so why do you think this is happening? He says, I couldn't say. My guess would be, potentially gathering so much information, so many stories in one place, becomes a sort of magnet or beacon for the unexplained. Like I said, maybe not very well known to the public, but certainly well known in the field. For instance, no one doubted Janet, or my report that went into the logbook. District manager and board of supervisors were very apologetic, as was I. And I'll post again tonight if the thread is still alive and there is interest, and there's a few other anons that are very much interested in more. Bump, this is top-notch material. And somebody says, it's possible that ghosts are drawn to libraries because they're relatively quiet, and being a ghost doesn't seem like a very fun experience. Plus, they're often located in places that are suicide hotspots, like high schools, universities, so the ghosts might wander back to the place that they last felt comfortable. And this anon says that the returning to where they were last comfortable thing makes sense, especially for mentally ill, suicidal loner types. Which I'm not sure I will say no judgment on that or anything in particular, but is interesting. And Zoe, yes, it is a ghost. These are ghost stories. That's what we're reading here. Lots and lots of ghost stories. Now, let's think. For fun, libraries are public places. It's not many places that are open to anyone and in the same time are indoors. The fact that so many different people with different goals and ambitions use libraries could be a really detrimental factor. Perhaps it's because all the different sentimental phases people go through in there that creates a focal point of energy. You hate it? You're scared? Oh, Zoe. Zoe, it's just spooky story. It's okay. It's just a picture. It's just a picture with text on it. Don't know about ghosts, but that chicken picture is going to haunt me. Oh. Is that what Zoe's freaking out about? Okay, hold on. I can hide the... Hold on, Zoe. I'll hide the scary story so you don't have to see the spooky chicken picture. Can't relate, but I didn't look at any of the pictures. Oh, well, that's great. You can look back now. It's just my background. It's just me in the lab. Zoe, it's gonna be okay. Zoe, just laugh with me. It's all right. A laugh will scare away any ghost or anything spooky. I'm being entirely serious about that. If you ever feel scared, laughter and comedy will banish any sort of monster that is around you. I promise. Good laughs with friends is the cure to all. Haha, laugh at my pain. No, I'm not laughing. Well, I mean, I kind of am, but I'm also not laughing at your pain the way you think. All right, we're good. We're here together. We're here to. The point of this is that we're all having a spooky time. All of us together here. Now, libraries contain lots of info, and maybe the sheer amount of knowledge contained in physical form attracts paranormal energy. And libraries also contain lots of art. Every book is an art piece by its writer. It probably carries a lot of sentimental value with it, and that attracts energy. Or perhaps ghosts, having no other way of fun, gather in libraries and pass time by reading books as living readers turn the pages. They also get funky and start playing pranks on the employees at night hours when their boredom can no longer be cured. Which, yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds pretty par for the course. The third story that I'm going to read after this one, seems a bit spooky, actually. I'm not sure it's going to be good for you, Zoe, but we'll just have to see. Here's the next one. This is a continuation of Library Man's story. Interesting. There seems to be a bit of a series here. We got the part one of the library, and then this is going to be part 2 right here. Library Man back with another short story. These goat totems, pick-related, were found by the hundreds over the course of weeks throughout the library. Oh, Beryl! Hey, it's great to see you. Howdy. We're reading some scary stories. I hope you like these. And, yeah, if you could give Zoe a hug, that'd be much appreciated. I feel like she could use it. Now, we'd find them hung up above. We'd find them high above the shelf bays, hidden behind books, squeezed in between shelving units, under the children's globe, etc. Orchestrated a hunting party each morning to locate as many as possible. In one day, my team employees came with a small tub filled with maybe 80 of the cursed things. The team began to worry, as this is unusual and disturbing, just more nonsense we go out of our way to ignore. We set a watch and patrol during operational hours, keeping an eye out for anyone tall enough to reach high, look for someone bending down, reaching up, moving slowly through the shelf bays. We do this every 10 minutes for weeks. Still, every morning we find these stupid things. And this continues for an exact month. We never identified anyone, especially someone frequent, who could be considered a culprit. I present to the district manager a copy paper box filled with the hundreds of goat totems. We dispose of these. With the building being strange, let's assume the insidious. One day, they just stop. We found them all, and disposed of them. Being librarians, we're good at getting information. These goat totems are from a German BR. They should have a little red text saying on the bottom, Celebration. Each and every totem had this scrapped off. Where would someone in this rural town be importing German beer in such vast amounts in a dry county in a state where it is illegal to ship alcohol? Additionally, these were never placed during the day. As for a monitored fact, we'd find them in the morning. Pick attached is the sole surviving piece of evidence of this event. That's actually an interesting point. Let me see here. Dry counties in the U.S. I don't think these exist. Dozens of dry counties exist across the United States, mostly in the South. Hold on. Where is this going to be? Because I thought only Utah would be a technical dry county or like state. Maybe it's just a state where it's unpopular to have. Okay. So open image in new tab. Huh. So, Mr. Library Man must be somewhere around here, maybe in, like, West Virginia. I'm willing to bet West Virginia, actually. Because that's the only place where I believe you would get snow like that. That's interesting. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to take a moment to have a little bit of a sippy sip. I'm thirsting something fierce here. Now, Zoe, you don't have to worry too much about Beryl. He's a seasoned veteran of many bad horror games, so I think he can handle a few green texts worth of scares. And yes, you do need to be careful when it comes to something like this. Now, Library Man has an update. When was this last one here? Okay, so this is like 15 minutes after he posted the top one. Library Man, new story. This is about my visit to the most extreme rural branch located in a once beautiful mountainous part of the state. However, an enormous wildfire ruined the area about a decade ago. Most of what was captivating has not grown back, and many of the summer cabiners have never returned because of the state of the place. This branch serves less than 75 people, and is 54 miles from the nearest town. 54 miles? Oh my god. I mean, that's not terribly, far away, but that's probably over an hour's worth of driving. Because in the mountains, even if you are going 60 miles an hour, it's not a straight 60 miles. It's bendy, curvy, windy. Loads of... Yeah, that's crazy. Now, let's start here. Being young and lucky at times, but busting my ass and paying attention, I became the youngest library manager in my state, with only 4 years experience and a bachelor's degree. I had some great bosses who showed me how a great library looks, runs, programs, and staffs. District manager is impressed with my 4 months at my current branch, begs me to do the same at this far-off rural branch the best I can in 3 days' time. This rural branch is staffed almost entirely by a single volunteer who is over 80. It is, however, funded and paid for by the county, as dictated by the Board of Supervisors. I agree to do my best. I'm always thirsty for the next thing to flex on my resume. I do, however, request to take on an additional employee with me. It'll be hard work, and the extra hands will be needed. I take my most reliable, loyal, trusted employee. Let's call him DK. DK is a turbo autist. He's also 6'8". He will talk for hours about World of Warcraft, a game that ceased being relevant about a decade ago, and a game no one has played in that time as well. I affectionately refer to his position as being Chief of Security at my branch. He never says no, craves my approval, but he's a hard worker. We arrived day 1, 4 p.m. to 9 p.m., overtime, so I'm excited to be here to say the least. We reorganize the collection, clean each filthy item with wipes, make room for adult programming, throughout an entire backroom worth of useless trash. However, this remote branch is quite creepy, even during the day. It was built entirely upon community donations, and it looks like it. Aluminum sliding exterior with a small square, almost Small square, almost bathroom windows, sit 9 feet off the ground, and only 6 of them. The entire facility is no larger than most American living rooms, with no restrooms. Outside, the forest fire was stopped about 20 feet before it could consume the library. It sits deep in the narrow valley, and about 1.5 miles away from the main lodge that used to attract tourists. It is pretty much the end of the line. No cabin survived the blaze past the library, which used to be in what could be called the center of this tiny town. DK was eager to drive and show off his skills. To complete his turbo-autist life, his mother purchased him a Jeep Commander, complete with what must be a 20-inch lift, enough lights to see from orbit, and a powered winch, which I assumed was for his inevitable tumble off a cliff. This vehicle would be our transport, and if I can sit back and relax and have dinner, I don't mind being chauffeured around the county. Night 2 comes and goes. However, we end up finding that a shelving unit has absolutely molded and needs to be trashed. DK power. I open the doors onto the night, and with DK hauling this massive thing with ease, help him load it into the Jeep Commander. There's something a little morose about an area ravaged by fire. There are no insects, no birds, no bats, and no deer. Once upon a time, deer would graze in the nearby meadow and create a serene, picturesque setting. Now, it felt like we were on some sort of gray moon, complete with the Halloween spooky trees. As we slam the hatch closed, we start crunching the gravel back towards the building. However, another noise in this absolutely silent area makes us turn instantly. Deep in the burned and blackened stick forest to the right, we hear a long, sad cry. It started soft, but ended with a yelp. DK and I continue to look in the direction of the noise, expecting it to continue, or at least start again. Nothing happens. Well, that sounded how I feel. Let's leave. It's late, I say to DK. DK agrees, but starts to ramble and rant about a video game. He often does this when he is nervous. Honestly, I thought that sound could have been anything, and it didn't matter. My own library has its own strangeness, and at this point, I had become desensitized to just about anything. We have our dark drive in peace, And after a while, I've stopped hearing about the new expansion to the video game and how bad it apparently is. Night 3. This is a small county. There are no local law enforcement agencies. The sheriff's department services this huge area, and there are only 6 deputies. Luckily, one deputy, let's call him Alex, hangs out in this small town at night. Deputy Alex creeps, or flirts with an underage girl whose parents own the lodge. I will say, it is consensual. Did he really need to add that detail? However, he learned that I knew. We had an agreement. I say nothing, look the other way, and in exchange, Alex doesn't notice my Volkswagen speeding by daily, going 85 to 95 miles per hour on a 55 highway on my hour commute. DK and I hit McDonald's on the highway for dinner before we cruise to the library. As we drive the winding road, sure enough, Alex's sheriff's department SUV is parked out front of the lodge. We pull in front of the library and finalize the job. I set about finishing their brochures, flyers, and website. DK is now doing some deep cleaning. Halfway through the night, we hear a scraping noise. I jolt up from my daze, and DK looks over quickly to the source. The aluminum sliding on the wall next to me sounds as if something large is dragging itself against it. The sound continues until it slows, diminishes, and suddenly dissipates. Exactly like something was rubbing against it. Huh. Sounds like a deer or something. We needed a butt scratcher, DK said with a chuckle. I laugh as well, until we hear the same thing against the wall behind me. Same pattern, same gait of stride, faster this time. Then the wall over by DK. Huh? I say. DK grabs a stool and attempts to peer out of one of the tiny, small, and high-up windows. The front door creaks from weight. The front door, the only way in and out of this shack. The front door that is not locked. Instantly, I leap from my chair and dive for the door. I throw the lock on the handle. I back up, expecting the door to start pounding in and the handle to be tried. Nothing. DK climbs down from the stool. Hey, Anon, I didn't see anything, man. You think someone is trying to get in? Like a patron sees lights out and thinks we're open? Maybe, I replied. This entire county is crawling with weirdos. Let's call Alex. I trailed off, interrupted by the scraping against the first wall where the noise came from. It was faster this time. It cleared the first wall, followed by the second in sequence. Alright, fuck this, I exclaimed. I'm going to call Alex. See if you can see whoever the fuck it is out that window. Leroy! DK begins. Please no, man. Just get up there and take a peek, I said. 911 dialed. Blank blank County Sheriff Department, Deputy Alex speaking. What is your emergency? Alex, I say between the scraping noise, speaking loudly now to hear myself over the harsh metallic shrieks. And on here with the blank blank County Library District. Hey, we're over here at the blank public library. Do you hear this? Something is outside and scraping against the siding. It's been messing with us for a few minutes now. We got the door locked. Can you please get over here and take a look? Though a creep, I appreciated his response and professionalism. Hang tight. I'll be there in 2 minutes. Don't go near the door. I'll have my lights on. And we hung up. DK, do you see anything? No response from my chief of security. He just stared out the window. DK, do you see anything? Yeah, like, it was like a super tall black thing that kind of looks like the trees. Then I saw the top of something's head go by a second ago. DK moans out. My palms are sweating at this point. What the fuck? Alex will be here in like a second. I'm sure he'll see it and give it the business. The sounds stop. Faintly, we hear a siren. Red and blue lights begin to illuminate through the windows. Car door slams, crunching gravel. Flashlight beams mix with the red and blue. The door pounds 3 times with a knock. Anon? Deputy Alex here. You in there? Yeah, we're in here. Want me to open up? I shout. A small pause. Yeah, we're clear out here, but, what's happened here? DK and I exit the library. Outside, we see what he's seen. The aluminum is scrapped as if it was metal on metal. Deep, light, and medium gouges reflect in the flashlight. I look down. Tracks, circling the small building, are in a line. Alex looks down and shines the light. 3 toe tracks, almost like a bird, are visible. What the fuck? Alex asks us what we're doing, we explain, and he asks us if we'd seen anyone or seen anything strange or heard anything. No, no, and no. He goes to his SUV, takes his report log, and starts filling it out, asks for my ID. The squad SUV is parked 6 feet from the building. DK's Jeep Commander is parked to the right, closer to the burned woods about 30 feet away. As DK and I keep looking around, and Alex is making a report, we all hear it, very close, very loud. If you've ever seen the movie, the CGI Beowulf film with his sexy golden dragon lady, you might remember the Grendel character, and the sound he made when he heard loud noises, like this irritated whining noise. We hear something similar to that. It is accompanied by exasperated breaths and wheezing. It's coming from over by the Jeep Commander. Alex unholsters his weapon, dropping his log papers. "You there! Hands up where I can see them!" Alex commands. In the chill of night, steam is rising from under the Jeep. Something is breathing heavily underneath it. Gravel is swirling, and with the flashlight, a shadow can be seen under it. "Sheriff's Department! Hands out slowly! Let me see your hands! Show me your hands now!" he commands again. The gravel stops swirling. The steam sighs out from under the vehicle. Alex approaches, but only slowly. DK's Jeep Commander begins to slide to the left. A slow, dragging slide, as the vehicle was slightly lifted as well. The breathing and steam was chugging like a steam locomotive. The car alarm is now wailing, and here's this huge vehicle being lifted and dragged from underneath, moving slowly towards the tree line. Alex was stunned at this point. Weapon still pointed and drawn, he watched intently with the two of us. After a few seconds, he discharges his weapon into the dirt below the Jeep Commander. The vehicle stops and ceases to move. A gangly arm grabs the step platform on the Jeep, driver's side of the Jeep Commander. To me, it looked like a burnt tree, blackened with an alligator pattern, and it had 3 fingers. The hand retreated as suddenly as it appeared. The vehicle tilted towards us, and oh, gee, wait. Does anybody see that friend in the bottom left there? Oh, man. The vehicle tilted towards us and lifted as a tall shadow appeared on the other side of the vehicle. Again, just like DK described, like the top of a tree, only blackened. It sprinted towards the black trees. Police lights turning and flashing red and blue, car alarm still blaring, the pistol muzzle smoking. We all stood there in shock. What happened next was your standard, "What the fuck? What was that? Did you see that?" etc., etc. The report was filed, and DK and I gave our testaments. It was not made public. District manager was informed. I was questioned as well, and DK and I were told to never speak about this unless asked by a sheriff or the district commander. Sliding was sanded down to hide the scratches. Within 2 months, the county announced we would no longer be financially supporting this branch. It would no longer be a part of the county. This is probably the only physical sighting, direct incident with the unexplained I've ever had. If I had to guess, based off of the other testimonies here on X, I think the thing was some sort of tree creature that got caught up in the blaze. I think it lived in constant pain. I think our lights at the library caught its attention, but ultimately, I think it was afraid of us. Maybe it wasn't before Deputy Alex arrived, but it tried to hide, and then escaped. Never heard anything about it, or like it ever since. Something like this, Library Mananon? I mean, let me just... Ooh, scary, oh no! Okay, back to normal. Never saw the face. The top of the head is about right, but the limbs were quite thin, and he had a 3-toe finger thing going on. Damn, this was a good story, thanks for sharing. I'll cap it and maybe it'll show up in the green text threads now. Glorious library stories. Always thought about working in one myself. And what happened to Tiny? Tiny, it's good to see you. Hello and welcome. We're enjoying scary stories here. I hope you're cozy. I know it's probably like 5:50 p.m. for you now, so I hope you enjoy. That's what I have for now. I have more stories, but mostly small things. Tree creature at Shitty Small Library is probably, like I said, the biggest happening where I work. The tree man just wants a hug. I would do it. Oh, Zoe, I think it's for the best if you don't give the creepy tree man a hug. Please, just play it safe and don't engage with the supernatural if you can avoid it. do that for me, please, please. I don't want you. No. You're saying you would do it, but I don't want you to. I don't want you to, for your own safety, because you never know. You never know. Okay. Now, this next one might be the spookiest of the stories that I've read so far. That's just the vibe that I'm getting from it. Give me 1 moment. I'm gonna really quickly do a little stretch. I'm gonna have a little sippy sip, and then we'll get on and going with this one. All right. All right. It's very important that I maintain my shoulder stretchiness, because if I don't, then I begin to sort of how to say this. It becomes too painful to continue talking. I don't really know how to explain it, but I woke up from a nightmare into this. No, Vita, it's okay. It's okay. Hello, first of all, hello and welcome. It's good to see you. Howdy. Second of all, I'm here to read the scary stories for you, and you're here to be cozy in bed and listen to me read them to you. We're all right. We're all right. Okay? Meowdy. Oh, hello, Skeege. Hello, howdy. It's good to see you. Just, again, we are reading scary stories. I got loads of them. I've been streaming for about an hour, and we're only this far in a very long list of stories to read. So, you know, we got quite a ways to go. Quite a ways to go. Let's do this. Okay, X. I was obsessed with Goatman Skinwalker. Oh. Rory, you jump scared me, meanie. But that was probably... Yes. Rura, Taurus, you are incredibly cute, and I am very much looking forward to your 100 subscriber celebration YouTube video, or premiere, whatever you're planning. I'm sorry to hear that it got delayed. I am sorry to hear that, but I hope that by the time you have rescheduled it, or rather, by the time that you have rescheduled it for arrives, that your internet will be better, so that all of your fun little dino fans can tune in and enjoy. So, again, Rura, you're cute. It got delayed. Yes, it was meant for earlier, but now it's gonna happen on the Monday, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. My bed broke, so I'm fixing it and watching your stream. See, in that scenario, Zoe, I would just sleep on the floor. I would just sleep on the floor. My morning can't get worse. Well, we'll see about that one, but let me get through this story and see how much worse we can make this. Okay, X. I was obsessed with Goatman, Skinwalker, and mimicry stories for a while, but I haven't looked in a while. And then this happened to me last night. Now I literally cannot sleep or stop shitting my pants due to its proximity to my house. I'll try to green text as much as I can, but first, background. I'm 21 and a college senior from Connecticut. While I live in a semi-rural area, which is about 20 minutes to the closest supermarket or fast food, I go to school in Washington, D.C. Not the nice part, either. The part where crackheads are a real thing, and cops are reassuring rather than troublesome. I've definitely seen some shit in my day. It would be good to mention here that I'm not some glandular freak, but I'm about 6'1" and 240, a lot of muscle, but Lord knows I could drop 15 pounds. I love to smoke pot and get drunk and eat. Sue me. Being the good student that I am, I picked a real major, accounting, and I interned for a mid-sized PR firm doing some accounting bitch work and getting paid $20 an hour. Wait a minute. Yo, fucking $20 an hour in 2015? That's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. Holy moly. Or 2014, rather. Oh my god. I remember reading this one just from the thumbnail. Really? I don't remember this one at all. I've never seen this one before. This one isn't too scary, probably. Huh. I've never heard of it before. College is expensive as fuck, though, so I deliver pizzas at night after the office closes. It's a cheap, drunk food kind of pizza place that has an absurdly large delivery radius and is about 20 minutes from my house, 5 minutes from the beach. My place is north of there, and we deliver probably another 15 minutes past my house. I'm actually typing this at work in between examining the fine print on our client contracts to ensure we are charging them every penny we can. Cheap bastards. So basically, the further north you go from the pizza place, the more rural it gets. I work until close, and this occurs around 9:45 p.m. Be me, in the back, folding pizza boxes like a good little corporate bitch. Counter girl comes back with the delivery slip. She tells me the customer sounded weird on the phone, kind of like he was talking through a fan or through his hands, and that he was almost like gurgling. We'll continue. My DC experience instantly makes me think crackhead, although around here, it's way more likely to be some benzo freak or painkiller addict. Automatically assuming some kind of weird interaction will occur. Look at address. See it isn't kind of bumblefuck. Interesting. I'm a little mad, because I don't want to drive that far. But fuck it. It's the weirdest ticket I've ever seen. Guy ordered a large pizza with anchovies, ground beef, ham, sausage, pepperoni, etc. Literally $15 worth of extras. I go to ask the counter girl if it's right. She says she thinks so. She couldn't really make it out though, so she said she did her best. She's like 16, so I cut her some slack, assuming she was daydreaming, and called the number back. Phone rings 5, 10, 20, 30 times, with no answer. Hang up, call again. Phone goes right to, the number you have dialed does not have a voice mailbox that has been set up yet. Goodbye. Okay then, .jpg. Manager decides to just make the pizza as ordered and proceed from there. Deliver a pizza to a hilariously obese and blackout drunk couple, invited me in for drinks, but I don't drink or smoke when I work. Hope someone else took the weird pizza. Surprise! No one did, it's my turn now. Begrudgingly take the pizza and get in my car. Enter address into phone. It's on a side street adjacent to a park's local call open space, which, despite the name, is about 500 acres of straight woods. It's about 25 minutes away, basically the edge of our range. Put on some dubstep, judge me, and crank my turbo soupy, judge me more, out onto the road. What is it? Turbo soupy? Soupy. Ah, okay. Interesting. Now, what is this? Barusu? Oh, Subaru. I see. Are Subarus scary? I've seen scary cars. I don't think Subarus are scary, though. If you're not from a rural area, this can be hard to explain. Winter in the woods is scary. There is never a single sound. Ever. Unless something larger than a cat walking around, it's you and dead silence. I finally get to the address. There are a few houses on the street. They sit on probably 5 acres, so they are spaced out on a fair amount. Looking for number 1134. I pass a 1130, then a long stretch of nothing, then a 1144. What the fuck, .jpg. Continued. Yes, lurking. Proceed. Go on, damn it. Your bait has worked now. Proceed. Also, I rescind my statement from earlier. I do remember this story, because I've read it so many times. It's a classic. I just want to get this over with, and get the next delivery without getting stabbed by some pillhead over a fucking pizza. Call the number. Ring, 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 ring. Stops ringing. There's no sound, but instead, kind of like a buzzing or a humming. It's hooked up to my car stereo, and it's getting louder and louder until I just hang up, because I don't want to ruin it. I don't want it to ruin my speaker. Windows are fogging up, because at this point I'm pulled over. The music, hold on, folks, give me one moment. The music has like footsteps in it. It's really disturbing me. Oh my god, hold on. Okay. Okay. Sorry for that. It's just noises that I can't tell where they're coming from, the origin of it. there's nobody behind me. I know there's nobody behind me. I'm gonna look behind me and there's gonna be, oh, hello. Yeah, there's nobody behind me, so I don't have to worry about anything. But it's like something particularly disturbing about hearing noises that could be not from your media. I don't know how to describe this, but it's like, so that's where the steps are coming from. I thought someone was about to come into my house and unalive me. Yeah, exactly. It throws me off so much. I'm really sorry for that, Zoe, as well. I'm sorry about that. That's why I'm like taking this moment to just catch my breath and pause, because it really, really just not a lot gets to me as much as that does, but that really, really gets to me. Now, gonna catch my breath. Gonna get back to it. Okay. Windows are fogging up because at this point I'm pulled over between those two houses. Right when I roll the windows down, I'm overcome by the odor of decaying trash, like driving through Newark, New Jersey. Fucking gross. So I put the car in first, and I start pulling towards the next house. At the end of the driveway, there's a stanchion with a light on top. Gonna pull into this house and knock and ask if maybe they gave the wrong number over the phone. Makes sense for a pillhead. I'm probably 100 feet away when I see someone step out of the darkness and into the light at the bottom of the driveway. Good. It's the fucker that ordered. Expecting this guy to be all over the fucking place, lean over and being fucked up. Guy isn't that fucked. Stopped the car about 10 feet from him. Black coat. He's wearing a black coat that looks 3 times too big for him, even though he's probably got 5 inches on me. Don't look at him at first. Getting pizza out of the car and getting ticket and change as I talk. Hey sir, sorry about the wait and the calls. This is pretty far. No response. Realize I should be watching him, considering the signs. The smell is still pretty pungent, but I know it's not trash day. I get the pizza on the roof of my car. He is standing under the light on the opposite side of my car. So I got out of my driver's seat and went to the driver rear to get pizza. Put pizza on roof of driver rear, guy is probably 10 feet away from passenger rear. I finally pay enough attention to get a good look at him. Giant tall, no shoes, ripped up jeans, stains everywhere, big jacket as mentioned. Look at his face, sunken eyes, and I can't even see them with the light. Getting real sketched out because guy hasn't moved or said a word. Stop the process and just stare at the guy. He is staring right at me with those freaky fucking eyes. His head is sort of bobbing side to side, but not in any fluid sense at all. Kind of like a car door, like how it stops it halfway open, then you give it another shove, and it stops it all the way open. I watch his head do this in no real pattern for probably 10 seconds. Starting to get really uneasy between the stench and the head thing and the eyes not the fucking answering. I stand frozen, and so does he. Without breaking eye contact, I take my phone out of my pocket and hold it level with the roof so I can look at the guy and my phone at the same time. Go to recent calls. Call the number for the guy. Call it. The phone starts ringing, but I hear no phone anywhere. Then, out of the quiet of the woods, I hear faintly, so faintly, a fucking cell phone ring back in there, maybe 50 or 100 yards away. This is my kicking myself for not getting my concealed carry yet. This is me almost shitting myself. The guy's just standing there, still doing his head thing, but I swear I see that fucker smile. And I finally get the courage to speak. Can you please come get this? Also, I think you may have dropped your phone when you were hiding a body or whatever in the woods. Nervously laugh, still thinking maybe this guy dug too deep into a prescription bottle or found some PCP or some shit. I see his mouth open, head still bobbing, feet planted to the ground. He makes some sort of low, guttural, quick grunt, then a high grunt, and then a low grunt. They are sort of soft, kind of like someone clearing their throat. I've shut the rear passenger door at this point, and I'm ready to book it to the driver's seat if I got to. Just as I go to call that phone again, I hear the words, "The phone's not mine." The pause between the and God damn it, Area! Fuck you! Okay. Thank you, Area, for signing in. I appreciate it. It's good to see you. I think. Fucking hell. Immersion broken, yeah. The pause between the and phone's not was way too long. Phone's not literally sounded like one's word. Mine came off an octave higher. So it would sound like, phone's not mine. Oh, that actually would sound kind of creepy if it came off from like a, interesting. Anyways. Also, this is not creepy music. Hold on. Let me change. Or at least skip. Wait, did I disable the music? Oh, I did disable the music. Wait, then does that mean you guys saw my... Hold on. Ah, I turned off the music. Okay, here, the music is on now, but I'm gonna change to something else because it's too comfy. It's like when Witcher music or something. You hear that? Also, dang, wait, I haven't had the music on this whole time. Or at least, if I did have the music on, it would be way too quiet. You should be able to hear it now, though. Is this a good volume for you guys? I'm not actually too sure. Please, I need your input now. I need it. Either way. It's good volume. Okay, seems fine. Okay, good. My mind is DEFCON 5, just like full panic attack. My knees are weak, I'm literally about to peace out. I push the pizza to the far side of the roof away from me. Finally muster out, "Sir, you're freaking me the fuck out. I have a 45 and less than $20 on me. Please come take this so I can leave." Oh god, I really don't want to read the rest of this. When I say this, the head bobbing stops. His eyes are dark and burning a hole through my skull. Opens his mouth again. It was his... What? I say, stunned. It was his... The phone was his... The guy comes towards the car. Not a step, but like one huge muscle spasm that propels him forward. The phone was his... He repeats. I'm on the verge of tears at this point. Standing next to the open driver's side, pizza is on the roof over the passenger rear door. Guy jerk jumps once closer to the car. The phone is not his anymore. I blubber wordless, then gathering man balls, I scream, "I'm gonna call the fucking cops and blow your fucking drug addict head off if you don't get the fuck out of here." I see this fucker smile, this creepy fucking smile, and without moving his mouth, I hear him say in a completely different voice, a voice I've never heard before, "Go away! Stop following me! I will call the police!" In one big jerky motion, the thing reaches forward, takes the pizza off the top of the car, and places a couple of round things that I later identify as quarters on the roof, surrounded by a dark liquid that spreads over the roof. I don't even think. Just get in the car and peel out down the road, leave the hot sleeve for the pizza, leave the shit on the roof, don't even close the door all the way. I go down the road at about 80 for a quarter mile, then pull a U-turn because I don't want to get even more lost with this psycho here. I whip down the road past the place where he was. Nothing. Finally, get to the end of the road. There's a stop sign to merge with the main road. Look right, look left. This thing's face is 12 inches from my own when I turn. Tactically shit myself and peel down the road. Fucking hell, OP, hurry up! Come on, OP! Finally make it back to the pizza place, shaking like bloody hell. Smoke a joint just to calm me down, which I never do when I'm working. I walk in the front door of the pizza place. Hey Anon, that guy at the open space house just called back. He said you forgot some food, but he only ordered the pizza, right? He said come back. I don't know. Yeah, the food was him. The food was him, and he didn't leave it to him. He didn't let him have any. I'm spooked. Yeah. Anyways, I start crying. Look at my phone, which had been thrown through the car with my driving. 14 fucking missed calls from that number. Literally in tears. All the voicemails are empty. He listened to the voicemails? Is he fucking insane? What? What's wrong with him? Oh my god. All I can hear is ragged breathing and those low grunting. Fucking bawled my eyes out in front of this hot-ass counter girl, and I don't even give a fuck. Sit for 10 minutes and calm down. Remember the change on the roof. Go out to car and turn on flashlight. The roof of my car was covered in the most viscous liquid, but it smells like blood. and I throw up immediately. In the panel gap between my trunk and the end of my rear window, I find the quarters, covered in the same maple syrup thick goop blood shit, and stuck to it are soft little chunks of what I can only imagine is tissue. I go to open my car and my blood turns to fucking ice. There is a single line of blood going from the front quarter panel to the driver's side door. The fucking thing tried to open my motherfucking door when it was next to me at the stop sign. Oh my gosh, oh my god, I don't like that one, I don't like that one, I don't like that one. I go back in, tell the counter girl to try and call the number again. She tries over and over and over, but the phone goes right to voicemail. Next morning, I give the number to my uncle, who is a police captain a few towns over. Says the number is from a burner phone, paid in cash, basically untraceable, and it appeared to be off now. I sleep with the lights on now. I'll be lurking for comments or suggestions or something like this. Is this fucker gonna stalk me and kill me or call me again? I'm gonna be fucking terrified. The comment that he'll be lurking for is Vita's comment that he gooped over all over the car. Man door, hand hook, car door. But who is phone? It's actually a funny thing. There's a lot of phone, like... I would not have taken this order. I did do delivery for folks in actually the same area, so maybe I should go do a little some storytelling on my own. God, this must have been... The man just had Taco Bell. Must have been some mean Taco Bell. Some very mean Taco Bell. Actually, come to think of it, Zoe, you don't know the pleasures of American Taco Bell. Australian Taco Bell is pathetic compared to American Taco Bell. Like, it's not even close. Although I will admit, Australian Taco Bell does have the advantage over American Taco Bell in that the chicken quesadilla, which in America is considered a... Shut up. Why are you so mean to me? I'm making you happy. I'm telling you stories. We're having a good time. Be nice to me. Who on earth eats Taco Bell here? Me. Because your chicken quesadilla is like $6. It's ridiculous. In America, the chicken quesadilla is like a luxury item. Well, it's not a luxury item, but it's more... Maybe it's more of a specialty item in America, right? So it costs a bit of a pretty penny. Now, in Australia, though, not only does it taste about as good as the American one, depending on who makes it, it is super freaking cheap. Like, the Taco Bell near me, they sell... What is it? They sell chicken quesadillas for like... I think it's like $6 or $8. I can't remember. I can't remember, but it's really cheap. It's like ridiculously cheap. And it's really good, and I like it a lot. My only issue with Australian Taco Bell is that you lack... how to say... The menu is lacking. You do not have even half the menu that you have in America. And also, I don't think you... This is a running issue with Australian restaurants, fast food places, that you don't really get to customize what you like all that much. It's a chicken and cheese. How can that be expensive? You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Again, it is something of a luxury item. So, that's how. Now, let me go back, and we'll keep on going. This one is in a different color set as the others, so hopefully it is just as good. Chicken quesadillas are like $5 here. Are you really? Really? Hold on. Let me take a look. Chicken quesadilla price Florida. 5 USD versus 680. That's like the same thing. Wait, what? Quesadillas and... Hold on a moment. $5. Okay, what if I wanted to customize it, though? Why is it only $5? I swear it was like almost... Okay, so... Okay, AUD is really easy. AUD to USD is just like... One USD is 1.5 AUD. That's pretty much the rough estimate. Maybe I've just lived in, like, bougier areas, but in I'm not experiencing Mandela effect. Okay, I've lived in pretty bougie areas. When I lived in Florida, it was pretty close to where one of the U.S. presidents now lives. Is all I'm gonna say, and that's pretty damn spency. I don't know if I would trust the $4 ones, Rura. Might be infertilized chicken. Well, the thing about chicken, like fast food chickens too, is like these chickens have probably never seen sunlight in their entire lives. They've probably been born, raised, and slaughtered underneath the ceiling with artificial light their whole lives. It's pretty miserable, and I think that misery will transfer into you if you do decide to imbibe in such. Now, moving on, I think we can continue with the next story. As nature intended, God no. It's as far from natural as I think life can be. Tearing up right now, Jesus Christ, fuck me. I think I may have read this one before, but let me give this another shot. Around 15 or so, on a camping trip with cousin, who is also 15, and uncle on the way out to the Oregon coast. Driving in the back roads of Montana towards the mountains at around 6 p.m., shadows are getting long and the sun is getting low. Suddenly, a storm brews, and it starts hailing silently while a steady wind stirs. Uncle starts swearing, murmurs something about the mountains at night. Oh, sorry, I had to burp again. Says we won't be at the campground till 10, which was about 3,000 feet up in the mountains. The road turns into twists and hairpins through the foothills, up, around, and over ridges as such. Lightning begins to flash frequently, with wind picking up. Uncle is openly swearing. Cousin and I are beginning to get nervous because of the weather. The scene is disturbing due to dark skies, steady cracks of hail, tossing grass, and golden horizon aglow from the setting sun. Rain comes in gently, obscuring the horizon, then suddenly comes down in sheets. Cousin points out church illuminated by lightning, suggests we stop there for shelter. Uncle licks his lips while whispering to himself, keeping an eye out for a driveway. The road dips down into a valley. We lose sight of the sporadically illuminated church. Come around a corner just as a cluster of lightning bolts go off. Somebody is kneeling in the fucking road. Scream. Uncle hits his brakes, sits there for a couple seconds staring, then piles out and checks the car. Nobody is there, but he found something just as spooky. Corner was much sharper than he thought. Goes off into a ravine rather quickly. There are several crosses and flowers tied to the mangled guardrail. Shakily continue to drive along, much more slowly. Fall into an eerie lull as we inch along carefully in the rain. Hours seem to pass. Never come across the church, but we do drive by several ancient-looking gravestones and assortments of Polish, German, and Czech along a flat section. The rain never lets up, so Uncle pulls off to the side of the road and parks about 10 feet into the grass. We pull back the back seat and extract our sleeping bags. Sit there in the car. Nobody can sleep despite the rain letting up. Keep swearing I can see figures drifting beyond the veil of rain. Uncle whispering to himself again, appearing alert. Eventually, lightning stops. One moment. Eventually, lightning stops, but rain keeps hissing on. Start dozing off, but when Uncle starts the car up again and drives about 100 feet and pulls off the road again, says he just felt weird about that stretch of road. We all fall asleep at some point because suddenly we realized it's like 4 a.m. and the sky is so clear and stars shining brilliantly, save light blanket of fog along road. Wonder why the fuck we all woke up at the same time. I would not hit the brakes. I almost got robbed for stopping in a similar situation. Yeah, I think it's really common to have, you know, what is it called? The fella in the middle of the road to get you to stop driving, and then his buddies come in and ambush you. Quite frankly speaking, I think if you're on the road like that, you should just get run over. I'll take a short little break here because I think I need to run some ads anyway, because Zoe's about to get hit with like an 8-minute section of ads. So I'll just do it myself manually. I'll be back, folks. Howdy. I have returned. I have not actually had a sip, though. Okay. Let me get back to this one, and I shall continue on with our little story time. Sorry for the interruption. Oh. Here, I'll do my best, Eminem. Oh, wait, that's not Eminem, that is VTuber magic. Knees weak, arms are heavy, vomit on his sweater already, mother spaghetti. I could probably do the whole thing if I tried. What is it like, Mom's spaghetti song. Thank you, Han. Anytime, anytime. I honestly, people do such short little lines for that one that I feel like I should maybe make it cheaper. His palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on his sweater already. Mom's spaghetti. He's nervous, but on the surface he looks calm and ready to drop bombs. But he keeps on forgetting what he wrote down. The whole crowd goes so loud. He opens his mouth, but the words won't come out. He's choking. How? Everybody's joking now. The clock's run out. Time's up. Over. Bow. Snap back to reality. Yup, there goes gravity. Yup, there goes rabbit. Huh, I didn't know that was a part of the lyrics. He choked. He's so mad, but he won't give up that easy. No, he won't have it. He knows his whole backs to these ropes. It don't matter. He's dope. He knows that, but he's broke. He's so stagnant. He knows that when he goes back to this mobile home, that's when it's back to the lab again. Yo, this old Rhapsody better go capture this moment and hope it don't pass him. Yeah, I don't really do the whole rapping thing. It's not for me. But for those 500 points, you deserved it a little bit more, Iria. You deserve a little bit more for that one. Now, back to the actual lab again. Back to the point of the stream is we all fell asleep at some point because suddenly we realized it's like 4 a.m. and the sky is so clear and the stars are shining brilliantly, save a light blanket of fog along the road. I wonder why the fuck we all woke up at the same time, and we look around. Back on the road where we were just parked was a huge boulder. Smaller ones smashed and scattered along the road. There was a fucking rock slide. Uncle keeps driving through the fog slowly until the sun rises and burns it up. Something just feels wrong. Keep driving until we realize we never went up into the mountains. We got turned around somehow. Wait. We're on the other side of the mountains. The sun is behind us. We went through the fucking mountains in the middle of a storm, across the county highway, and to check the map, around 20 miles north of the pass we were supposed to be taking through the mountains. What? Oh, this is just like a really confusing story. I think they just got lost. Strange, isn't it? Alright. Next up, that one was kind of... it was kind of lacking. Must Broke. Hello and thank you for signing in. Hello and welcome. We are reading some scary stories. We got some nice, comfy ambient music, and we're here to have a good time. We're here to have a good time. Now, this next one seems pretty lengthy. Pretty lengthy to say the least. So, last October, me and 5 friends rent a cabin for the weekend in the middle of nowhere, planning to alternate between being drunk and high the entire time. Well, why not be both? You could just be, what is it called? Crossfaded, right? We are all stupid, excited for the Friday. When we arrive, we all rode and crammed together in one car. We can get everything set up for a campfire in the woods and get washed. Friends, Jay, is getting over an ex, crying like a bitch, and we all tell him to try and cheer up. We all tell drunk stories, and near midnight, when we were about a 10-minute hike away from the cabin, which itself is a good 20-minute drive away from a real road, we let the campfire go low, and me and another friend, S, are trying to get it started again, while Jay is almost passed out behind me, drunk blabbering. Jay goes quiet all of a sudden. Turn around, and see Jay standing beside a girl in a dress, no shoes. Remember, in the middle of the cold-ass woods in October. It's October now, isn't it? Jay is staring at her. He gets out his phone and calls someone, hanging up after a few seconds. Girl is just looking at us while he does this. I ask her if she is lost. She moves her head side to side, not a shake, but like a left ear to left shoulder, then a right ear to right shoulder. She keeps doing it. Jay is freaked out, but he looks totally sober. S goes to Jay, and she tries to calm him down. I ask the girl if she wants to come back to the cabin with us. She says yes. Seems more normal now. The other 2 friends, K and M, pack up our stuff, and walk with strange girl while me, S, and J walk ahead. Jay says strange girl looks exactly like his ex and thought it was her. He called his ex to see if she would pick up. She didn't. He is convinced it is her, and she is fucking with him. I tell him the girl is probably some crazy religious guy's daughter or something that just runs around the woods for fun. Really, I thought she was homeless. Jay is kind of convinced, wants to go back and talk to her. He seems drunk again, and it isn't that hard to get him to go to bed instead. Me and S talk bullshit till the rest get back. K and M get back, no strange girl. They said strange girl would alternate between sounding perfectly normal, talking about being at school or working at some restaurant, then start doing strange gestures and waiting for us to respond. M asked her how she got in the woods, and the girl said, "Head down." She started saying that to everything. M and K stopped talking to her. When they got close to the cabin, they looked around and she was about 50 feet behind them. They walked in, guessing she was still out there. We all talk about how strange it is, eventually going to sleep. I wake up. It's still dark. Jay is making a racket, messing with the supplies. Look around and see strange girl standing to his side. Her dress is covered in dirt, scabs on her knees and arms. I get up and ask Jay, what the fuck? He says he heard a noise outside, went to check it out and didn't see anything, but noticed 2 tires on the car were flat. Tells me he has some tire repair stuff in the supplies. What about her? I ask him. Stranger girl was outside by the trees. He invited her back. I want to tell him he is a dumb fuck, and she probably popped the tires, but she's right there, so I just give him the stink eye. He finds the tire repair gel and a pump, and I say I'll help him when we go outside. I tell him how strange girl was to K&M. He blows it off and says she seems nice. You just miss your ex, you dumb fuck. We get to the car, and I can see 2 flats. Find a nail in each one of them. We start patching them. S comes out while we work, says she woke up because strange girl tried to sleep beside her. She probably saw K and M together and wanted to make a matching pair, Jay's suggestion. I think that's what it was though. She was trying to learn. She talks to us while we wait for the tire stuff to dry. She also thinks strange girl is homeless and we should make her leave. Jay vehemently denies, says she'll make him not feel like a fifth wheel. You'll be worse than that when she slits your fucking throat. I wouldn't do that. Strange girl is at the door to the cabin. Overheard us, I guess. I apologize for talking about her. Say we were joking. Says she knows a joke. Why is the chicken dead? Why? Because it tried to cross the road. She makes a weird sound, like a high-pitched snort, then smiles at us. Her teeth are blindingly white. She says she'll be back. Walks back into the woods. We all go into the cabin. It is a wreck, furniture slammed all over, K&M are gone. S says it was fine when she was in there 20 minutes ago. We look around the cabin. No sign of K&M. We clean up the cabin. One of the chairs is ripped in half. K&M come back. They are all scratched up and scared. They say that the strange girl started flipping out, so they ran out front and didn't see anyone, so they ran in the woods. High-pitched snort. Okay, I can do that one. It's like... Yeah, that's the best I got for you, Hydeman. I'm sorry to say. Accurate? Yeah, I guess so. They heard weird shit, so they came back. There is no way they walked outside without us seeing them. There's only one door to the cabin. We all just sit there for a while, thinking that shit out. Strange girl comes back sometime later, covered in more dirt and maybe blood. She is casually dragging a dead deer with its neck ripped out. Casually, she says, I found you guys some food, lying in the woods. Jay asks her where she went. Hid the keys. Ask her if she means Jay's car keys. She says yes, still casual. I ask her why. She says so we won't leave early. She wants us to stay. We all just stare. She drags the deer with her and goes towards a tree to gut it. I notice her foot got really fucked up. She's basically walking on the angle. S and K are having panic attacks at this point, screaming and crying. We try to calm them down. We sit in silence while strange girl strips the deer and cuts off strips from them. She waddles back, asks us to make a fire to cook the deer. I say okay and do it. Everyone else refuses to even talk to her. I make the fire and she cooks the deer by dangling the pieces in her hand over the fire. I say nothing, very awkward, her staring at me. I notice that everyone behind me is whispering. Strange girl is singing while she cooks. It's a weird lullaby, I know, because my mom used to sing it. Scoop you up, shush you round, all the frowns go upside down. I try to smoothly step away from the SG and towards group. Jay says he has a spare key to the car, and that we should try to get the tires on and leave. Strange girl is staring at us. I have a plan, but we all have to eat the deer. We all eat a strange girl deer strip. I have to hold back of vomit thinking of her holding them like that. I tell strange girl how good they were. She smiles at me. It's too wide. I tell her we will need another deer for tomorrow. She smiles even wider. She says she'll go get some. She's walking more normally now. Still kind of a march instead of a walk. I sit there, watching her walk away. As soon as she is out of sight, everyone is running around, tripping and dropping shit. K and M pack up the trunk while me, J, and S inflate the tires and get them back in the car. By the time we are almost done, it's been about as long as she was gone last time. Weird smell in the air. Everyone is cramming in the car. Girls are crying and whimpering again. Heareth a bump when J pulls out. We were in such a hurry, we forgot to get the jack out from under the car. Jay runs back and grabs it, almost falls on his ass getting back in the car. He goes top speed for his shitty car, doesn't slow down till we hit the actual road. We don't talk about Strange Girl ever again except for once when we are drunk together. S says she still dreams about her. I'd finally stopped thinking about all this until last week when I asked my mom where she got that lullaby from. She told me she made it up when I was a baby. That's that funny little story. So we are, 5 out of, let me see how many images there are. I think 14 images? No, there's way more than 14 images. 48 images, I think. Yeah, file count is 48. Okay. Strange girl seems like a keeper. Yeah, I agree. I think she's pretty neat. She's kind of cute, too. Well, they didn't denote anything about it being cute, but either way, look at this scenic little picture here. I love mountains and areas like this. It's really beautiful. So much space, so much area for you to enjoy yourselves in. It's nice. Maybe what I should do is move myself a bit more to the side here, like how I originally was. And yes, this is a better position to narrate from. It looks like we're getting some Russian representation here. Ooh, I am the cutest anime girl. Ooh, ooh, nya, nya, woo. What? I mean, you are rather, you know, cute, Rura, but... Eh? What did she mean by this? What did she mean by this? No, wait. Huh? What? I was trying to read... Okay, well, here, I'll do this in my best voice for you. Ooh, I'm the cutest anime girl. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yeah, yeah. Ooh. Damn you, Rura. I agree. Momomo is a much cuter anime girl than I am, and Rura is a much cuter anime girl than Momomo is, so it all balances out. Now, just give me another moment to catch my breath and enjoy the ambience. It says out of stock, so it didn't send. Really? Huh. Interesting. I don't think I made that one have a timer or a stock to it. Hold on, let me try it. Where is it? Text to voice. Weird. I really gotta figure out a way to mute these loud noises for out of stock, check balance later. I have 1,000 points. Say it again. I said it. I did it. I read it like 3 times. I read it like 3 times, must broke. Oh my god. Okay, fine. Ooh woo. I am the cutest anime girl. Ooh woo. Ooh woo. Ooh woo. Nya. Nya. Ooh woo. Wait, is the sound muted? Wait, do you not hear noises when I do that? Huh. So wait, if I go to alerts. Let me edit alerts. Like, you don't hear this? Huh. Interesting. I guess that makes the area freak out, or rather my freak out over areas signing in a lot less. It makes a lot less sense. Interesting. Okay, well, that's the reason I freaked out, is because I get a very, very loud noise when that happens. So, yes. Now, Let me just get back to the tab that I'm interested in. Yeah, we didn't hear anything a while ago. I see. Oh well, that's fine. That's for the best. I don't want the mood to be ruined. Alright. I lived in the northern part of Saka, or Yakutia. Is it Yakutia or Yakutia? Russia, for around 10 years, and I've encountered a lot of weird shit there. I'll start with some context. Before I start reading this, though, I do want to note, I think it's a lot of American stories. Yakusha Anon. Is he a familiar face to you, Mr. Heidman? A lot of these green texts are pretty American centric, especially like the Skinwalker stuff. I have read one Australian green text about some very remote town. I thought that one was really interesting, but that is all I've ever seen. Yes, they are weird. Oh, well, I'm happy to hear that you're having somebody that you're a fan of show up here. European green texts are like about killer gnomes and shit. Yeah, God, I really hope at least somewhere in this list that there's the gnome story, because there's a very long green text about a guy who goes out to spend like his winter or summer with his grandpa, and the paranormal creature, so to speak, in that one is just it's gnomes. It's gnomes, and it's freaking hilarious, but also terrifying. It's really scary to me. Now, let me get started on this one for real. B13. Dad and mom break up because dad is abusive. Mom loses court case, and dad gains custody. After divorce, dad changes and starts seeing weirdos for life advice. Some guy tells him that he needs to cut himself from society to awaken his third eye or some shit. So he moved from Sankt Peterburg to motherfucking City 5. A town so fucking secluded, it didn't have a name. Life as you'd expect was fucking shit and boring. The schools there don't even teach English, the official Yakut language, or even basic sciences. The locals are cool though. So on to the paranormal stuff. I'll start off with the creepiest one. I've personally never encountered it. In fact, I've only known 3 people who claim they have, but the whole of City 5 is scared of it. We call it a flat man. It's said to appear in some of the most rural areas of the region. The best way I could describe it is to compare it to a living shadow, but it's more like a void in the shape of a human on the floor. Its shape cannot appear on trees or buildings, only the ground. Apparently the flat man has made entire tribes of people disappear. In 1989, a group of around 10 people went to hunt it. 2 months later, clothing started to wash up in the local river. It was their clothing. Apart from being wet, the clothing wasn't damaged. The next night, screaming could be heard outside the town. Another time, some guy was hunting deer. He spotted a deer, but it seemed to have its leg stuck in the ground. When he got closer, he could see the flat man holding the deer's legs. It then started making a pulling motion. You know what happens when something is pulled through a tiny hole? Well, that is what basically happened to the deer. Not a trace of the deer left. Hunter instantly runs as far away as he can. Alright, so while there is this opportunity to take a look at this lovely picture of remote rural Russia, I'll read this little message from Momomo. Mother Rumpenpumple entering your room and breaking your fingers because you didn't put a slice of cheese and a bowl of cereals under the table at 4 a.m. on first fall of snow. Yeah, that sounds pretty European. I have a classmate. Let's call him Igor. Igor's dad has encountered the flat man at one point. Now be him, 1992. He works for a small woodcutting business. Patches of forest are valuable in Yakutia, so if your boss tells you you can't object. So he's at the spot, and he comes across uprooted trees in the shape of a spiral. He tries to get the fuck out, but keeps coming back at the spiral. He notices that the other trees are still bending. He starts feeling a weird sensation. His own body is swayed towards the spiral. The pull gets so strong that he has to push himself off the trees to move. Then suddenly, all the uprooted trees get sucked up into the ground. The force of the pull is so strong, it breaks one of his arms. He looks over, and there's a massive fucking hole where the spiral was. In the hole, he can make out the flat man. He starts moving in a swimming motion. See, the flat man is called that instead of like Shadow Man, because he doesn't move like one. When you turn, your shadow changes to shape when you turn, your shadow changes shape to reflect that, but the flat can't do that. He can't move his arm through his chest, so he moves in this weird swimming motion. Igor's dad starts running, and the flat man gives chase. The flat man can fuck with the shadows. Every time a shadow over the tree gets in his way, he kind of swats it, and the entire tree breaks. He makes it to the car, and manages to lose it. Me and a few friends actually managed to stumble onto the crater, and surely enough, it was in the shape of a spiral. It was overgrown, and every time we were near it, everything felt floaty, and we couldn't smell or taste. Now what is this funny little picture? I can't really make it. It looks like an oil on the ground or something. Is what it resembles. And the last guy I know of that encountered the flat man died in 2006. But someone told his story. Apparently, he was a hermit and lived away from the town. One day, he noticed the land had slightly risen and messed with the foundation of his house, which was like the one in the picture. Oh, it's a cozy little cabin. It's so cozy. I've lived in a house like this before. But it was a bit more fit for tropical living rather than this. It had a sheet metal roof. It was in the... Actually, somewhere close to where I am now, just not... Yeah, anyways. It keeps rising, so he gets a guy to take a look at it. Dude sees it and tells him to leave immediately. Hermit is stuck up, so he stays. He awakes to half his house missing and a giant pillar in the sky. Some locals saw the pillar in the sky. A few of the braver ones go to check it out. They find the guy. He's out cold. Guy's legs are missing. Said his legs were so cleanly cut, they weren't even bleeding. They get the guy and drive away. A few minutes later, the pillar goes back down. Hermit wakes up. Says the flat man grabbed the shadow of his legs and just took them off before he passed out. Never went to the location because he genuinely lived in a scary as fuck place full of bears and wolves. The flat man is the creepiest one by far. Nomads cover their ears if you bring him up or straight up start a fight with you. Some of the more integrated nomads tell tales of how ancient tribes tried their hardest to eradicate it and went missing. He's the only one thing that no one dares to fuck with. People don't like talking about him. Oh, spooky, spooky, spooky. Oh, skeleton. Alright. That was a cute little story. I think it's good to have some Russian representation in there. Myself having some roots. Now, what is this one? India.jpg. Why is it India.jpg? Pajit on here. Gonna post a few good spoops I experienced living here in India. Oh, what was that noise? Ralphie, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, thank you. I hope you are enjoying the story time. I think I can read pretty well, so I'm gonna try and do some more of these if I can. Now, let's read this. Be me, Lil Pajit, around 7 years old. Grandpa always tells spooky stories of his village. Fucking village poors. One summer vacation, I go to my village for the first time. Typical Indian stuff: cows, farms, good food, and fucking skinwalkers, or whatever fancy names you call them. Lanky, weird, long arms, little to no hair on head, duck kids and sometimes adults. Didn't know about them, just played on our farmhouse all day. Oh, Ralphie. Oh, that is a whole raid. Howdy. Thank you for the raid, Ralphie. What were you up to, if I may ask? And as a greeting to everybody here, howdy, I'm Han. I'm half man, half bun, and in my free time, I like to read stories for fun. That's what I'm doing right now. For the month of October, it's going to be mostly horror-focused, so that's what we're doing right now. And this one, I think we've gotten through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stories. I was playing some Defuse the Bomb and some just chatting. I see. Well, thank you so much for the raid, Ralphie. I appreciate it. I am myself doing some just chatting. So I'm happy to continue chatting, or continue the themes along here. Now, let me see here. Wandered a little too far. Keep in mind, I was a fucking dumb kid. Village was typical. It was on the edge of a forest with elephants and other animals regularly fucked up by the crops. Used to watch Kaiketsu Zoro and thought I'd find my own house in the jungle, or my own horse in the jungle rather. Maybe I should not read this one. I think I'll pass on this one. This one seems. Oh, this has a very nice formatting. It's very good. It's long and tall. Hello, Hanbunbun. Oh, Mond, it's so good to see you. Howdy. I was only able to tune into the very beginning of your RuneScape stream, but I hope it went well, and I hope you're feeling more confident in VTubing and streaming and all that. As for Ralph, yes, I love scary stories, so I had to raid you. Oh, that's fantastic. I'm happy to see that our tastes align to some degree. I think I'm gonna have to stretch a little bit and maybe get down on my knees, because I'm reading all this at a table, specifically a dining table, and the chairs are fit not for long form, sessions of streaming, but for eating, and it's not ideal. So I'm just gonna really quickly kick my chair aside and just read from my knees. I'm gonna bump this with a personal story for all of you. I had just graduated, and like most college students, had no money or job. Me and a few of my friends decided to go in on a shitty apartment together just until we get on our feet. We find this great 3-bedroom for cheap, but the landlord was extremely suspicious. No contract was ever signed, just required money up front every month. The apartment itself was nice, but very old, like something out of the 1920s, except for this one massive part of the hallway closet that looked like it was recently plastered over. Just an awkward white spot that nobody tried to hide or paint over. We asked the landlord about it, and he just said it was from recent renovations. We knew this was complete bullshit, but we were desperate, and the place was cheap. Cut to a month later, and we're all settled in and doing fine. One night, we're watching TV when there's a knock at our door. 2 massive fucking Russians are standing at our doorstep. I mean, like 6 foot tall, prison muscled, jacked guys. One was wearing a sailor hat and a tank top, which looked tremendously gay. But at this point, none of us were laughing. They asked us about some guys. Oh, Iria, thank you so much for gifting the tier 1 to Mon Vampire. And Mon Vampire, I hope you enjoy the sub. Iria, thank you so much for 3 gift subs so far. You really are pushing us one step closer to the fabled 15. And at that point, I will immediately upload the Han drinking Red Bull emote so you guys can share it. Yeah, Iria love. Let's give some love for Iria here. Where is he? Where's the emote? Where is it? Right there. Thank you so much, Iria. Now where was I? They asked about some guys, saying they owed them money. We tell them that we have been living there for a month, and that we don't know the men they are looking for. The Russians get visibly confused, but don't push the issue much further. Instead, they get in their car and just sit there watching our apartment for several hours. Now, this apartment was in a super shitty neighborhood. We're talking boarded up houses, drug dens, drive-by shooting kind of shitty, so nobody cared or took notice of some suspicious guys sitting in their cars for hours like us. Eventually, we all got freaked out enough to call the cops. Hanbun, 1 heart. Hanbun, 1 heart mute. When the new area clip. Yes, thank you, Area. I'm interested. How was the landlord suspicious? And how did you know what they said about the wall was bullshit? The landlord was suspicious because he didn't make us sign a lease or contract or anything, just wanted the money up front. Also, he said that the plastered hole was from renovations when clearly nothing else in the apartment looked new or renovated. Of course, once the single cop showed up, the Russians flew off. We explained to him what happened, but he said there wasn't much he could do other than tell the officers to keep a lookout for the car. The whole time we were talking, he kept looking around the apartment nervously, and finally, right before he left, he asked us, "Do you guys live here by choice?" We were a little freaked by the question, but told him we were just college kids looking for someplace cheap. He asked if we knew the story behind this place, and when we answered no, he told us what he knew. Apparently, a bunch of illegal immigrants had been living in this apartment previously, but had all been deported. Somehow they had gotten wondering that the immigration police were coming mere minutes before they came. One of them somehow managed to get into the spaces behind the walls and hide there for several hours as the police searched the place. The police made the hole in the closet trying to get him, but he had escaped and was still at large. I'm gonna interject here. I think it's really funny to say still at large because illegal immigrants are pretty much everywhere in America. So like, I don't think they make it sound like he's a menace or something like that. But either way, oh god, immigrants, the horror, the horror. Oh no. Now, of course, after telling that horrific story, the cop left, and we were pretty much stayed up all night, afraid of a bunch of Russians were going to come and murder us. Next month, we confronted our landlord, saying we knew about the illegals, and he begged us not to move out. We were probably the first tenants in years that had paid rent on time and in full each month. Anyways, none of us had any better options at the time, so we were kind of stuck anyway, so we stayed. Next post is when things started getting batshit crazy. Most scary line so far. Yeah, illegal immigrant at large, escaping the police trying to deport him. Scariest thing in the scariest part of the green text, for sure. Another couple of weeks passed, and neither of us had seen the Russians again, so we were starting to feel more relaxed again, except for one of my roommate's girlfriends. She didn't live there, but stayed with us several times a week. One morning, she asked us if we had heard shuffling and scratching at night. We were all heavy sleepers, so we just wrote it off as typical odd noises in an old place. Only a few nights later, I had fallen asleep on the couch watching TV. When I finally awoke to head to my own bed, I also heard the scratching. It sounded like a fucking rat's burrowing in our walls and ceilings. There would be several seconds of furious scratching, and then what sounded like pieces of wood or debris falling or settling. The next day, I told my roommates, and that night we all stayed up again and heard the scratching skittering once again. We all concluded it was rats, and called the landlord to hire an exterminator. The asshole took several weeks to follow through. So for the time being, we just ignored the scratches, seeing as they only happened at night, and most of us could sleep through it anyway. That, and none of us had actually seen any rats. Any rats? Any VTuber rats? No? Another night, we were all sleeping peacefully, when a loud boom woke us all up suddenly. It sounded like someone had dropped a fucking anvil on our ceiling. It was that loud. We all searched the place, but there were no cracks or broken items or any signs of damage whatsoever, so we ignored it and went back to bed. After the big boom, we went almost 2 weeks without incident, but during that time the apartment started smelling terrible. At first, we just thought of it was us. I mean, you had 3 guys living in one place, of course it's a little rank, right? We even spent one full day cleaning and washing everything, but the smell kept getting worse. It got to the point where walking into the apartment was like walking into a public restroom where someone had just taken a dump and let it sit all day. At this point, we just harassed our landlord with endless phone calls until he came himself. Upon entering our place, he almost puked. Finally, the next day, an exterminator came. The scratches had stopped, but one of my roommates made a video of it with his cell phone to show the guy. He said it sounded like rats, or possibly a possum, but said that they don't usually stink up the place as bad as ours. Now, we lived on the top floor of this apartment, and the exterminator wondered if we had access to the attic. We told him no, and that we had never ever been up there, because the only way to get in was a tiny square door in the ceiling of our hallway that was always locked. The exterminator said he would get access to it from the landlord and return in a few days. I think most horror stories in Russia can be looked back to Russians doing Russian shit, yeah. Next day, I come home from work early, and to my surprise, I see those 2 fucking Russians waiting in their car again. I was starting to get really sick of all the crazy shit going on in the apartment, so I got my courage up and went right up to the window and knocked. They rolled the window down, and I asked why they kept watching us. They said they knew I was lying about their friend. I screamed that I didn't know the guy who owed them money, and I said that if they didn't leave us alone, I'd call the cops. In hindsight, I was probably really lucky they didn't shoot me or something, but the driver did give me a stern, pants-shitting glare. Before driving off, he only said 2 things. I saw climb up to your apartment. We'll be back for our money. Suffice it to say, I freaked the fuck out and told both my roommates. For the next 48 hours, We acted like morons, one of us staying up to watch in shifts at night for safety. Finally, the exterminator came back with a key to the attic. We were all very on edge, so it didn't help when the exterminator looked into the attic for not even a minute before climbing back down and telling us to leave immediately and call the police. We did so, and only when the police came did the exterminator finally say what he'd seen. As you'd probably guessed by now, the missing Russian had died in our attic, which is where the smell came from. Apparently he'd been living there for a while and using some makeshift tunnel in the spaces behind the walls to get in and out without us noticing. We never got the final word on exactly how he died, but I did learn it was slow and painful. The thing that really sucks with me is why he never cried for help. He knew we were right there under him, but instead of seeking help, he just lay there dying. Obviously, we had all had enough after that and moved out within the next week. Our landlord actually got arrested, but we never really found out what for. Pants-shitting glare, like a Stephen King novel, yeah. It's, rather to the point. Encanto. What does Encanto mean? Let me go look. Encanto. It's a family musical. I'm not sure that fits. Who knows? Either way, Momo. It's the Disney movie with a guy living inside the walls of the house. Ew, that doesn't seem very good. Okay. Now let me read the last bit of this. The day I was moving all my stuff out, I noticed the police had left the attic door unlocked. Oh no. Oh no. And I wanted to go up and see this place for myself during the day. It was very eerie. The space was tiny and cramped, barely enough room to walk crouched down. You could see the insulation on the walls. The bed was nothing more than a ratty sleeping bag, and the only source of light were a couple of flashlights. Wrappers and empty cans of food were just littered everywhere along with plastic drink bottles. A garbage bag was filled with some dirty clothes, and it looked like the cops had taken or confiscated anything else up there. The most fucked up thing, though, were the tiny holes drilled in the floor. There were 3 spread out across the space. When I bent down to look, you could see our living room, kitchen, and bathroom pretty clearly. I don't know if the holes were just so he could make sure we were asleep, or if he was just actively watching us. Next to one hole was a clawed up section of the floor with some blood, like he was just scratching with his fingernails nonstop. I feel terrified thinking that he was dying and couldn't speak for some reason, and maybe his scratching was a call for help. I'll never know, but it had me really fucked up to this day. That's kind of sad, actually. It's kind of sad. Damn. Yeah, that's all I gotta say to that one. Damn. 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 Let's get a few shorter stories in here. This one seems really, actually super short. Now, might have been a coincidence, but Grandma died several years back. She helped raise me. I really loved her, and I still really miss her. I used to spend whole summers at her place, and we gardened together. We grew all sorts of cool stuff together, from veggies to fruit trees to herbs, basically everything. We had one orange tree that always struggled to give fruit. Always gave these small, bitter oranges that weren't good to eat. The year my grandma got sick, the tree looked especially bad. Looked like it was dying, and we made plans to chop it down. But then Grandma died in her sleep. We cremated her, and she wanted us to bury her ashes in the garden, kind of close to the orange tree. Soon after, the orange tree revived, and it gave more oranges than it ever had. They were all big and plump and sweet, and I like to think that it was my grandma giving me one last blessing. I miss her very much, bros. I'm agnostic, but I seriously hope there is a heaven just for her. That's a bit of a better story than before, don't you think? Bit of a nice way to lighten up after Mr. Man had died. I like that one. What does anybody say? Grandma fertilizer? No. Damn it! I was hoping for something more sweet than that one, but yeah, Grandma fertilizer. Holy shit! This is so scary. Ah, Grandma made oranges grow. No, my grandma. Look at me, Rick. I got. Oh, wait, no. Look at me, Morty. I got turned into fertilizer. Why do you use Chrome? So scary. I'm using Chrome because I've lost control of my life. And, quite frankly, I don't like Microsoft Edge. And also, I also had these tabs opened already, and I didn't want to have to open new ones. That's why I'm using Chrome here, Water Dragon. No. It's the browser that hacks you, bro. I don't disagree. Now, I think I actually do need to zoom into this one because it's kind of small. Firefox? I've never installed Firefox. I'd also not too keen on Firefox. Although I can't really make the excuse that I only have 2 extensions on Chrome here, Ghostery and NoScript, and I know Firefox has NoScript as well. I don't know. I'm so used to Google Chrome. How much RAM is Google Chrome actually using here? Let me see. Google Chrome is using 1,700 megabytes of RAM. How much is that? It's probably like half of what I have. Yeah, it is actually close to half of what I have. Sure, but Firefox isn't Google. I guess you're right. And Vader Dragon, hello and welcome. It's good to see you. I hope you're enjoying the scary stories. My Anaconda don't want none unless you got buns, Han. Did you really? I need you to consider what you just wrote and sent for everyone to see, Vader. I need to. God damn it! All right, let me get to the next one here. Actually, before I do that, I'm gonna sit back in my chair and maybe have a little sippy sip. Thank you for signing in, Vader Dragon. Reposting from earlier thread. Keep in mind, this will use both my own memories and secondhand accounts from my parents who remember this incident. Be about 6 years old. Just began sleeping in my own room since we were able to move into a house that allowed us for us to have our own room. Excited because I felt like I was finally a big boy who can live on his own. First night, feel hot. Like, very hot. I live in Texas, so heat was not a rare issue, but this felt unbearable. Almost to the point of not being able to breathe. Just go to the living room to sleep and forget about it. Next night, the heat returns. But this time the feels less warm and more mean? My 6-year-old mind didn't know what malice was, so that was the best way I could describe it. Made me want to leave my room, but I couldn't. Something made me so scared that it got me frozen. Tried yelling for my dad, but almost like those dreams where you yell and nothing comes out. The same thing here, but I knew I wasn't dreaming. Now here's where my memory gets fuzzy, so I'm going to go off of what my parents remember. Next day, I go to my dad and tell him about the past 2 nights. He chalks it up to me being scared, all alone in the dark. He decides that day to put He decides that day to put a nightlight in my room, and hopefully that helps. Comes into my room that night like he usually does, and this time he reads me a bedtime story, all in hopes to calm me down. He leaves, and seemingly that's the end of it. Fast forward to about 2 a.m. or so. The absolute worst blood-curdling scream he has ever heard comes from my room. So loud it actually wakes up the neighbors. My dad is not a fast man, but that day you swear he had super speed, the way he was able to get to my room so fast. Our rooms were on opposite sides of the house. My dad basically breaks the door off its hinges and sees me on the floor crying and cowering for my life in the corner of a room. My dad goes on to explain how as soon as he went in, he felt this pure aura of just anger and malice. My dad picks me up and bolts out of that room. Sleep with them for the next 2 nights. My dad doesn't talk about that room for those days, not wanting to scare me. Tells me that after that, he talked to my mom about it. My mom, being religious and an avid believer in the paranormal, tells my dad it has to be some sort of spirit haunting the room. My dad's still skeptical, decides to say fuck it, and sleep in the room himself, just to make sure he didn't just imagine it since he was still groggy and half awake when he came into my room that night. Later that night, he tucks me in with my mother and goes to sleep in my room. Next day, we find him sleeping in the living room. Mom asks Dad what happened. He begins to go on this huge tirade about how the room made him feel nauseous and almost depressed. Said that the heat itself was bad, but that around 2 a.m. he felt almost suicidal to the point of thinking to just turn on the car's gas and let it be.
My father is not a depressive, nor has he ever had a history of such. Tells my mom that something is definitely fucked up about that room. My sister, she was about 17, hears my dad say this, and as most teenagers do, tend not to believe him, so she says she'll sleep in the room, to much of my mother's dismay. And wait, hold on, the dad lets her do this? Bullshit. Later that night, my sister goes into the room. About 2 a.m., same as last night, and same as 2 nights before. She bolts out of the room. And I don't mean run. I mean she almost leapt out of the room with how fast she tried to leave. My mother tells me that even she even caught my sister trying to leave the house entirely in a mess of sweat and tears. Later that night, after my sister calms down, my parents ask her what exactly happened. She goes on to explain that she'd been touched by something, and not just like the normal grazing feel or strange sensation. She means grabbed and groped. She explains that while the room itself became scorching hot, the touches felt like they were setting her on fire and burning her. She said that the pain may have been one thing, but the sheer feeling of anguish and despair she felt while it was happening was on an entirely different level. She explained it as the feeling you get when someone you love dies and you have to see their body in a casket. Of course, to my mother and father, they knew that felt like, losing a parent and a grandparent respectively. My mom finally tells us she wants to sleep in that room. Dad tells her not to, and just call a priest or something. Mom says she wants to confirm it herself. These people are insane. This family's insane. If one is probably enough. 2 with the dad is pushing it. 3 with the sister is ridiculous. 4 with the mom. You don't need that many. You don't need that many confirmations that something's wrong with the room. Guys are stupid. Oh my god. They basically deserve what they get. Whatever happens to them after this. Anyways. Okay. Part of me thinks she just wanted to have a piece of the paranormal pie. Okay, yeah, that is probably right, actually. That is probably correct. I didn't see that line, but if I had read that line before I freaked out about how ridiculous this is, I would have been much more calm. Deserved, yes. Very much deserved. That night, we all go to bed, and my mom goes into my room. Same verse as the first, second, and third. 2 a.m., and shit hits the fan. This time, we hear crashing and screaming. Dad once again runs into the room, tells me to stay in their bed until he comes back. Can hear sister running to my room as well. Can hear talking, but not real words can be made out. Later that day, my mom explains what happened. Just want to say thank you, Anon, for having this pre-typed. He seems to be posting it, yeah, pretty damn fast, like on the minute timer, actually. Mom tells Dad she felt the exact same malice and anger that he and my sister did, only this time she could feel the direction. She could tell where it was. She continued to explain that she didn't just knew where it was sitting or standing or whatever. At first she left it be since it really wasn't trying to harm her. But then she told my dad something, and later to me, which to this day has never left our minds. She begins to tell my dad that not only was it there, but it spoke to her. Not the same quiet whisper my sister got, but a full, audible speech. She says that the spirit began talking about my father first, saying things like, "He only chose you because you were the easiest. He only chose you because he needed a rebound. Only reason he stayed was the kid." For context, I am my father's only child. My sisters were from a different marriage, etc. She then began saying the spirit talked about me, how he'll just end up being buried by you. He'll never amount to anything because you'll never let him, etc. And this went on for maybe 30 minutes until she just lost it. My sister felt fear, my dad felt depression, I felt malice, and my mother felt pure, unfiltered anger. My mom isn't someone known for her temper, but when she is mad, she's terrifying. This was one of those moments. Mom finally told my dad to call a priest to bless the house and exorcise any bad juju. And call a family friend who was also a priest at our local church. Priest comes in and immediately asks, "Can you show me your son's room?" But my mother and father never told him about the room. When asked why he wanted to start there first, the priest just said, "I think that's where I'm needed the most." My mom allows him in and leads him into my room. The priest stops, almost frozen, tells my parents that there is something evil, something cruel in here. And as he said that, he turns to the corner of the room, same place my mother told my dad she felt it. The priest points and says, "There, that is where it lives. It's no spirit, it's a demon. I don't know what brought it here, nor why it resides in this exact area, but something about this land attracts it." priest, as he says this, begins to set crosses and candles around the room, grabbing his holy water. Begins to pray and spread the holy water, and as he's doing that, the whole room goes hot, hotter than anyone has ever felt it, to the point where we were all drenched in sweat as this happened. Priest is praying and spraying at this point. Looked like a movie almost. The whole time, it felt like something was struggling, clinging to the room, and then after 30 minutes it stopped. No more heaviness. Temperature went to the same as the rest of the house. Everything felt normal? Priest then says that it decided to go. It knew that it couldn't stay. Fast forward about 2 years, and my father and priest friend decide to discuss exactly what happened. Priest begins to explain that for some reason the demon felt an abnormal amount of attraction to that one area, that one bit of the house that was full of malice and anger. Says he researched the house, and from what he knows, no one was ever killed there, or Indian burial ground or any of that crap. Just something there fed its evil nature. Tells my dad that it's not unheard of for a demon to just choose a random house, and especially a random room, but when it does happen, it happens for a reason. To this day, neither the priest nor my parents know why. Now I'm 23, and to this day I still think about that room. I still sleep in it sometimes when I visit my folks, but nothing ever feels off. If you see it, it's just a normal, everyday middle-class room. But I have had some paranormal experiences here and there since then, some bigger and more unexplainable than the others. But nothing ever tops this one. Nothing ever gets close to this one. It is always stuck in my mind. It is possibly why I still believe in the paranormal at all. Just the amount of evidence I witnessed firsthand those 2 weeks or so was enough to tell me that this isn't all superstition and voodoo. I still wonder sometimes what it was that attracted that thing to my room. Not my parents, not my sisters, nowhere in the house, but my room. Maybe demons are just more attracted by toddlers since they are more innocent and easier to corrupt? I'm no theologian, so I can't say for sure. All I know is that in some sick way, I hope to encounter something like that again. 6 out of 6. Thanks for reading. I'll probably be back with other stories I've encountered, but I wanted to write this one down because it's always stuck to me. This is when you burn, not bless, the house. Well, apparently the blessing worked out for them. Personally speaking, I don't have priest friends, and I would feel very out of place inside of a church, so I don't feel comfortable making requests for blessings or anything like that. Feel like I'd be looked at like a freak if I did. Now, moving on to the next one. I think this was the one that I just read, yes. Is this another lovely formatted one? It sure seems like it. Ah, look how it starts off. This is great. This is great, really. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Sure is. Fire is the best blessing. Tell that to all the witches they burned in France. All the innocent little girls. Okay. Next up is going to be... What is, Oh, I do have... Okay. Music is still going, right? It's still ambient, comfortable, good. I hope. I pray. Why no OC? I remember these threads used to be full of anons sharing personal... Oh, so anyways. I'll share some stories. You should too. Born and raised in God's country, Lafayette, Louisiana. But Dad's side of the family is all Appalachian mountain folk. 100% American bred country bumpkins. The kind you can barely understand when they talk to you. Good people though. And great storytellers. I grew up listening wide-eyed to their crazy tales of witches and magic. For example, when I was really young, Dad used to cut our hair. He'd scoop it up, and then go out into the woods. I never questioned this until one day my youngest brother got his first haircut. As usual, Dad did it. When he was done, he scooped up the hair like he always did. Grandpa was there at the time, and he said, make sure to bury it. And Dad nodded and went out into the woods. I was about 10 by this point. I had never been told that Dad was burying our hair. So I asked about it, and Grandpa said that witches use your hair to cast spells on you. He says you gotta go out to where no one can see you and dig a hole and bury it. Otherwise, witches will use it to curse you. Oh no, not the nasty witches. Grandpa is shocked that I've never heard that before. He asks, didn't your dad ever know how to tell if a witch has made a curse out of your hair? I tell him, no sir. And he explains, and witches can put spells on bits of human hair to make a person sick, or make them do things. Occasionally, this will result in a hairball. I'm thinking that he means like the kind of hairball that a cat hawks up. but he describes it as a big tangled up wad of hair. It just appears like out of thin air wherever you are. It sounds silly, but he calls my older cousin over. He was staying with us at the time. Tell Anon about the time you found a hairball. My cousin's eyes go wide. He says that one morning he was at the breakfast table talking to his brother. They were sitting across from each other when a big wad of hair materialized out of thin air. They watched it appear in front of their eyes, then it floated over like a tumbleweed towards my cousin. He jumped out of his chair. Those witch balls can burn your skin, he told me. So he grabbed a pair of tongs and plucked it out of the air, careful not to touch it. Then he tossed it in a fire. I asked him if anything ever happened after that. He said no. And I asked if he had ever been burned by one of those hairballs, and he said no, but his friend had. Apparently this friend was out on his farm one day. What is this creepy picture? Oh, that is a pretty creepy picture. Hold on, I'm gonna scroll back up. Apparently this friend was out on his farm one day. Wasn't that like a bit in Scary Movie 3? I don't know, I've never watched the Scary Movie series. At least not ever in full. Now, apparently this friend was out on his farm when one day he heard a cow in the woods. Thinking one of his cows escaped, he went over. He followed the mooing until he came to a small clearing, but there was no cow there. Then a bunch of witch balls appeared out of thin air and encircled him. He knew what they were immediately and took off running, but he ran into a few on his way out. The next day, his face and arms and neck were covered in these big burns. Looked kind of like a road rash. Grandpa told me to be careful about my hair. From then on, I always made sure Dad buried my hair if he cut it. I know it's bullshit now, but I still do it myself. Oh no, not the balls. Rura! Hey. Behave. Where you got a jump scare of a scary picture for your balls comment. Alright. Another one from Grandpa. There's something that happens before some people die. They call it the knocking. Before someone died, they'd hear a tapping at the front door. The tapping always stopped as soon as someone went to check on it. The next day, someone in the house would be dead. Sometimes only the person who was about to die would hear it, but usually multiple people would hear it. Apparently, it happened to someone in my family, one of my dad's cousins. He was outside with a bunch of friends and family when they all heard someone pounding on the front door of the house. They looked over, and nobody was there. They figured maybe one of the kids had gone inside and was playing around, so they got back to talking. Then the pounding started again, and my dad's cousin went over to tell the kids to stop messing around. But nobody was there. He closed the door and began walking towards everybody in the yard when the knocking came again, this time quieter. My dad's cousin looked back. Nobody was there. Grandpa said everyone got spooked, because they all knew this meant a death in the family. The next day, Dad's cousin was found in his bed, dead of no apparent causes. Knock knock, who's there? No bell who? No bell, that's why I knocked. That's a pretty good one, Momomo. I'm gonna steal that one. I'm gonna take it down. One last before I go. I doubt I'll be able to come back, so that will be all for me. I've got a lot of work to do today. When Dad was growing up, there was some woman named Miss Adeline, or something like that, who everybody knew was a good witch. If people were sick, or needed help removing a curse, they'd go to Miss Adeline. One time, Grandpa sent Dad over to Miss Adeline's house to help her chop wood. He worked up a sweat, and Miss Adeline asked Dad, milkies? He worked up a sweat, and Miss Adeline asked Dad if he'd like some milk, LOL. He said sure and followed her inside. Miss Adeline checked the fridge, but there was nothing in it. I must have run out. She asks Dad to help her with something really quick, and she'll get him some milk. Miss Adeline grabs a little towel, and Dad follows her outside. She has this big bundle of sticks, tied up next to the house. She grabs the bundle and lays it on a stump, then covers the bundle with a towel. Can you chop these sticks for me? Dad obliges, only when he brings the axe down, the sticks don't break. Miss Adeline removes the towel, and lo and behold, the bundle of sticks is fine, no damage whatsoever. Then Miss Adeline grabs a big pail and sets it at her feet. She takes that towel that she used to cover the bundle and squeezes. As she wrings it, a huge chortle of milk comes pouring out. She fills up the entire bucket, then she pours out 2 glasses of fresh milk, and Dad takes a sip nervously. Then he chugs the entire thing. Dad would tell this part by exaggerating, licking his chops and rubbing his belly. Sweetest glass of milk I ever drank. It's a funny way to end a little paranormal story, I must say, I must admit. Witchwood milk. Yeah, no, I would enjoy a nice healthy dose of milk from some witches. You know, there's like a couple of wizard VTubers, but I don't know any witch VTubers. Maybe it's uncharted territory. Maybe it's a niche that's waiting to be filled. You know, big milky. I should hold myself back. This is a spooky stream. We got Abby as a cute witch. Huh? Ooh. You don't mean Abigail Croc, do you? Now, the next story is going to be. I don't have to zoom into this one. Oh, you do? Wait, Abby, that's the lore? I didn't even know that. I thought it was just a crocodile in the woods. Now half rabbits say so can't. Oh wait. Oh, that's me. That is my stream. I do not want to tune into my stream. I don't look at me. Don't look at me. I am bad at keeping up sometimes. Okay. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Alright. Let's do this. Next story time. Sister moves into this downstairs Victorian-era flat. Oh, this must be a Brit. We don't care for British people here, do we? Let's move on to the next one. Just joking. I'm joking. Due to the layout, it doesn't get any natural light, so you always need the lights on no matter what time of day it is. This adds to the eeriness because artificial light, haha. Has 2 kids, a boy and a girl. The boy is 4, and the girl is 6. She's just moved in, so I go over to see her and check the place out. It's just her and her son home. He's playing in the hallway, in front of this full-length mirror that I've always hated. I ask him how it's going, and he's cool. We have this conversation through the mirror, like we're looking at each other's reflections when we're talking. See his eyes shift slightly to the side, like he's concentrating on what's being said, except I'm not talking. Bursts out laughing, and he asks me what I'm laughing at. He ignores me and says, "No, that's my uncle, Anon." "Who are you talking to?" "Simon." "Simon? The fuck is Simon?" "Yeah, you get yours too." And he runs off to the room to get his toy cars. Go sit in the living room with sister, and I'm not sure how to approach the subject. I cut to the chase and tell her I'm worried nephew might be a bit goofy. I mean, he's like 4 and can't even pass the mirror test. Asks me if I'm talking about because of him talking to Simon. She explains that he does it all the time. He just sits in front of the mirror and plays with Simon. Asks her if she knows that he knows it's his own reflection. She tells me she'd thought of that too, but she got him to describe Simon. He absolutely did not describe himself. Throughout all of this, you can still hear him having a one-way conversation and laughing. Oh, well, there's walking in the music track. Oh dear. You hear that? I don't like it. Throughout all of this, you can still hear him having a one-way conversation and laughing, and the toilet is in the hallway, so I go and use it. I come out, and he's playing with his toy cars, but not looking in the mirror anymore. Fire truck is behind him, and it starts moving on his own. Heh, must be a draft, even though there is no draft. That spooked me as it was, but the second and only thing I experienced there really puts the shits up me. Might as well do that one too. Is that the next story here? Simon? Yes, it is. Okay. Sister and her boyfriend are going away, just for the night. Ask me and my GF to look after the kids. Says sure. Son won't be there. It'll just be the daughter and her cousin, around the same age, so both 6 years old. The girls stay in the sister's bed, and me and my GF stay in the kids' room. That way, they can't get up in the middle of the night to play with any toys or things, and they'll just go to sleep. I hate the kids' room because there's no door on it, and it faces straight down the hallway to the front door. Worse is that the bed faces the doorway. So you have the front bed at one end, the kids' door on the other, and then about halfway down the hallway, you have sister's bedroom door, and opposite is the bathroom door. Nothing happens anyway, and we're all in bed by this time, early hours of the morning. Go to the bathroom, Come out, and I go to check on the girls. Put door to ear. Hear girls giggling and talking. Then I hear this raspy as fuck old woman's voice and more giggling. Fuck this. I go get my girlfriend to tell her both girls are awake and she should tell them to go back to sleep. Bit of an argument where she says I should be because I'm family, but I press her to do it with her being a girl and them being a girl. She says she knows how to talk to them. Gets up and goes over to the bedroom, see her face, and it changes. She listens, comes rushing back, and says she can hear someone in there with him. That was what I was dreading. I was hoping I had just imagined it in my sleepy state. Both of us go to the bedroom door, can still hear the raspy voice and giggling, burst in like a madman, and switch the light on. Pure silence. The girls are fast asleep. We stay awake for the rest of the night, too scared to go back to sleep. It might not sound scary, but honestly, it really caught me out. Old people and kids always freak me out anyways, if it's X-related. I think it's because I know I could 1v1 them IRL, but when it's the supernatural, who knows what X powers they might have. Yeah, I could beat up an old woman IRL, I think, maybe. Depends on the old woman. And most children I could beat. I'm not sure about children VTubers, though. They might be pretty strong. They might be stronger than I could. I don't think I could handle, you know, most other VTubers in a fight. Oh, I know this one. I love this one. Classics Vietnam stories. Maybe a bit too much. Nah, I'll read this one. It's a good one. It's a good one. But what's next after this? I think this might be the Australian one. Ah, what is this? It looks like a weird mascot for a VTuber, don't you think? What is that? It's like a turnip. Some sort of blue turnip. Alright. I'll hold off on the Vietnam one, actually. I've decided against it. It's an oddish. Oh, it is an oddish, isn't it? You're right. Okay. Potato Kun's cousin. Potato Kun if he were like British. Oh god, it's so funny actually. Look at it. Why does it have a face? Okay. Maybe it doesn't count as an urban legend, more like a rural legend, but I'll include it here anyway. For some disclosure, I live in a Slavic country that was early Christianized, so the story may sound a bit stretched and odd for someone not native. There's an old legend, I think dating back to the early medieval days of Poland, about beetroot that has like a face on it and can apparently talk. I heard it from my grandma, who was very knowledgeable of all these folklore stuff, so as I said, it can sound fishy, but it's a genuine belief that was once held across my region. For shortage and for saving you guys from too much unpronounceable names, I'll call it Gar. It's called Garzyn in Polish. This Gar thing was, at least in the early Slavic days of Europe, supposed to be like the soul of a heretic that was killed for his native beliefs. He was then cast into the form of a demon, like something on Pick related. That one wasn't about Gar, it's just a coincidence. They weren't just killed though. Gars were mostly made by killing the native believers using wood from a sacred tree. So, now we know how to make more Potato Kuns. It's an oddish, it's a mandrake, it's Potato Kun's cousin. Either way, now we know how Potato Kun is made. The exact nature of hauntings is unknown by my grandma, as well as she isn't exactly sure how it chooses its victim, but she knows some generalities. From what she heard though, it's mostly just highly religious people, as in monks, or just good Christian houses, or at least I assume so. As in its nature, it was supposed to be mimicking a normal crop, a normal beetroot, that is. Gar will then bait a person in its proximity to kill them. It will firstly let the victim ask any question, and it will answer with wisdom given to it by Veles, a Slavic god. The victim's remains will then fertilize another beetroot, and with their remains being eaten by that plant, it will turn into a Garzek. Then, the turned victim will beg for mercy, in a last words fashion, doing so in midnight, very loudly. I know it's very gay to fear a little haunted beetroot. Don't complain. Oh my god. Okay. It's a beetroot. Garzin. I heard about those. My gramps used to tell me about them. He came from the countryside, and his family used to do all sorts of farming business. He said the parents used to scare the kids with them in order to, keep them from lurking in the deep night, or at least that's what he initially thought. I didn't understand what he meant back then, but somehow, it stuck with me. I actually managed to get him to talk about what he meant. Basically, when he was a kiddo, he used to have a small group of friends that would do all sorts of stuff for fun, usual stuff. However, there was this kid among them that stuck out from the rest, as he was more ballsy than the rest, and would often disregard all possible consequences just to satisfy his curiosity, or do something for a bet. One night he woke, and gathered all the kids from the group to proudly announce that he has found a real Garzin in his father's farmyard. No one believed him, and everyone pretty much started going to their houses being greatly annoyed by all this. Then my gramp said one thing too much and told him to put his money where his mouth is. The kid agreed and promised to bring proof of the existence of the thing. My gramps goes home and goes back to sleep. The next day he learns that the kid has not returned back to his home. As usual, when a kid goes missing, the whole village goes to search for him to no success. Eventually everybody moves on. Fast forward a few years. My gramps is an adult, and when drunk, manages to scroll by the farmyard where the kid went missing long ago. Then he hears his voice, pleading for help from the very kid that went missing. He said he never sobered up so quickly. I don't know if the kid was religious or not, nor does my gramps. That kind of took a dark turn really fast from, I can't really laugh at this anymore. It's kind of hard. I don't want to laugh at that. Let's move on. Oh, I think I've seen this one, from the colors alone. Okay. 3 years ago, my wife and I went for a one-day hike in the woods near my native town. It's a small mountain town in Romania, the kind that you walk in one direction for 10 minutes, and you are in the woods. We took the course of a small river and followed it deep into the forest. I've never been in that area before, but I know the place as the back of my hand, and can orient really good, as this is my job. We were walking for about 4 hours, and my friends were starting to get tired, and we took a small break in a heavily wooded area before we would hike up a hill and get to a nearby village. As we were having a quick snack, they both started looking really pale and scared. My wife asked them, "What's the matter?" And they pointed to some trees and said, "Can't you see those women in white looking straight back at us?" As soon as we turned to look, they said, "They're running into the forest." We all started running to the place they showed us to see if anyone was there, but there wasn't. We went back to our hike and went back home. My friends were obviously disturbed by the fact that only they could see those women in white. Fast forward 2 weeks later. We were having a barbecue for one of those friends' birthday, and we started talking about planning another hike. And then they started jokingly saying not to go through the same place. One of our friends has a girlfriend that is really into the folklore and the supernatural, and overheard our story, and she told us they saw a forest nymph. We call them iele in our culture. She said that only men could see iele, and they are like mermaids. They lure you deep into the forest and then feed on you. Hearing this, I asked, "Well, if only men can see them, why didn't I see them?" Immediately, she pointed at my wedding band and said, "You are already taken. They do not appear for married men, as they are not free for the taking." Oh, dang. I would instantly fall for that, though. Nice pretty woman in white, like a white dress, I assume, trying to get me to chase after her in a forest. You know what? Nothing could go wrong. Nothing could go wrong. I also have this Reddit page that I haven't even taken a look at yet. I don't think that I will. I'm not even halfway through this one right here, and it's been nearly 3 hours. Crazy. I genuinely think I could probably pad out the entire rest of October with just me streaming more reading of scary stories like this. I don't think that would be a bad thing, though. I would happily read to you folks for as long and as often as I could. No. Mega based. Wait. Is that a... Oh. Mega based. Wait, no. I can do it like in the Halo announcer voice. Mega based. No, that's too high. Fuck me. I think I spent too much air on. Okay, sit straight up. I'll hold the microphone for this one. Mega based. There we go. You gotta... I gotta lower the price on that damn thing. Like, maybe 200 points. Thanks, Johan. Oh, you're welcome. It would be pretty fun. I think so, too. And it's very timely as well. Quite frankly. There's not a lot of opportunities for me to just shamelessly leech off of what other people have written and call that stream-worthy content. But, you know, October, Halloween, everything that leads up to that, yeah, I'd say that's pretty worth it. I would say that is pretty worth it. Okay, or timely. Now, what is the story? I've only ever told this to close friends because I'm always told it's just an act of imagination or that I'm crazy. But back when I was around 7 years old, I had a walk-in closet that faced directly in front of my bed. One night, as I was going to sleep, I see a light coming from the closet. So I assumed I just left the light on since I used to always change for bed in the closet. I had weird habits as a kid. As I was getting up from the bed, the door slowly cracked open. I decided to nope the fuck out to underneath my safety sheets. And then I waited and waited and waited. Finally, I gathered up enough courage to peek out from my safety sheets. And to this day, I still can't find a word or idea that comes close to what I felt. I'll try to explain it though. Basically, imagine being so scared that you can't move, but you don't know why, just sheer terror down your back. But at the same time, you're overwhelmed with the greatest sense of love, peace, and hope to the point that you want to uncontrollably cry from pure happiness and ecstasy. That's what I felt when I saw her. It was a woman that was dressed in a wedding gown with a braided band around her head. She was overflowing with a silver aura. Her eyes had this burning intensity but were warm and gentle. She then spoke and said, "My name, come with me." Oh, Anon, come with me. The voice was like the most beautifully terrifying thing in the world. It was like someone incarnated the act of a rattlesnake lunging for the kill into a voice. I just stared at her, and slowly the silver aura and her faded away. I ended up crying all night and into the morning, and I was really actually dehydrated after that. But the thing that scares me more than ever is that ever since that, is every now and then I'll hear that voice calling my name out of nowhere. The encounter also saddens me, because the experience was so intense that everything else in my life seems dull compared to it. I've tried looking into whatever it was, but I've never found anything similar to my experience. If anyone knows of anything similar, please let me know. And I do believe Heidemann is correct. It is a new waifu that has been spotted. This man just saw his favorite VTuber go live, and he'll never. But he didn't get her name, and now he'll never find her again. That's the equivalent of it. I'll never see her again. Poor guy. All right, what's next up on the list? Aurora. That one wasn't even scary. Don't be a baby. You're a big dino, Aurora. I'm sure you can handle this. Let me see here. I'm gonna have another sip. I'm going to take a check at how long I have until pre-roll ads start playing again. I have 20 minutes before pre-roll has to go. Maybe I take a short little break. But if I take a short little break, it's going to really dig into the time. I'm thinking. I'm not so terribly hungry that I'm gonna end the stream over it, but I think I will end the stream maybe a little bit later. We will see. We will see. Thinking. I have been at this for almost 3 hours. In my country, one of the most classic horror creatures in horror movies is White Lady. Is that? Hold on. Where is Edge? There's Edge. Philippines, White Lady. Okay, let's see this. Is literally just White Lady, yeah. White woman jump scare. White evil lady, or woman in white, is a type of female ghost. She is typically dressed in white dress, or a similar garment reportedly seen in rural areas and associated with local legends of tragedy. White lady legends are found in many countries around the world. Common to many of these legends is an accidental death, murder, or suicide, and the theme of loss, betrayed by a husband or fiancé, and unrequited love. But the one that matters to us most, there's lots of countries here, but the one that matters to us most is here. Caparosa. I hope I'm saying that right. The loss of deep love is the scariest thing in the world, Half Rabbit. Oh, believe you, I'm well aware. I'm living it. White ladies, indigenously known as caparosa, are popular ghost story topics in the Philippines. White ladies are often used to convey horror and mystery to young children for storytelling. Sightings of white ladies are common around the country. The most prominent one is the White Lady of Balete Drive in Quezon City. It's said that it is the ghost of a long-haired woman in a white dress who, according to legend, died in a car accident while driving along Balete Drive. Most stories about her were told by taxi drivers doing the graveyard shift, such as when a taxi crosses Balete Drive and a stunning woman is asking him for a ride. The cabbie then looks behind and sees the woman's face was full of blood and bruises, causing him to abandon his taxi in terror. In other instances, it is said that when solitary people drive on the street in the early morning, they briefly see the face of a white-clad woman in the rearview mirror before she quickly disappears. Some accidents on this road are blamed on apparitions of the White Lady. Many sources have said a reporter manufactured this legend in the 1950s as a combination of multiple stories from the area. Okay. Interesting. The copy pasta reminded me of it. Poor lonely ladies feels bad, man. Yeah, I feel the same way. You know, even if you're a ghost, it's you deserve some love. And for these white ladies that have been apparently denied their happiness by accident or murder or whatever else, it's maybe I just wish they could all pass along. Hyde's such a gentleman. Yeah. Have you not seen him? He wears a suit. He's well groomed. He's well taken care of. He's always positive and supportive of every other aspiring VTuber out there. Perfect man. And very seasoned man as well. Now, what is this next story here? Ugh. Okay. I have one that I don't really like to tell, because everyone expects evidence, as if that's something you consider at the time. It's also set in a city, specifically Newark, New Jersey. And I think people think stuff like this is exclusively in rural areas because they feel safe thinking cops and other people are around. Truth is, cops don't care. People don't care. That, or they'll dismiss it as fake. And I'm sure with the flat earth threads here, you can understand just how far people's deniability can go. But it's a green text thread, so I'm not too worried about believability. 2 years ago, live in a shitty apartment in a shitty part of Newark. I know that really doesn't pin things down, given it's Newark, but there were always cops posted outside, and it wasn't uncommon for shootouts and dead bodies to occur on the street below. Lived there with sister and her girlfriend, who we'll call E and A. A sold weed, was constantly high, and had no problem walking around the house topless. She had ADHD and wasn't the smartest person, buying into Illuminati bullshit. She was really caring though, and actually an amazingly clever business person. Being a black stoner with dreads from a poor family probably didn't help in getting her too far up the entrepreneurial ladder though. E is an amazing singer and an okay painter. She believes in all that energy crystal bullshit though, along with witchcraft and tarot cards. I love her, but she's actually kind of a psychopath, mostly nice and carefree to others until she has no use for them, then brutally tossing them aside if they get in her way. Me, I was recently medically discharged from the military at that point due to back issues and PTSD. Don't worry, this isn't one of those "and then I pulled out my katana" stories, just establishing the setting, and it likely explains why it took us so long to realize what was going on. We're all some type of crazy, so it just seemed par for the course. Anyway, the apartment building. It was this horrid old thing that was tan on the outside and had 9 floors. The inside was this ugly yellow-green with wood painted over with the ugliest brown possible. The elevator was one of those old gate door things, which you needed to slam open, though it wasn't an issue since it barely ever worked anyway. We lived on the 7th floor. You can imagine how fun that was on those summer days. The landlord was some sort of Hispanic, who also owned the corner store across the street. At the time, A was obsessed with Broad City and would loudly stream it on Hulu to drown out the sound of our crackhead neighbors and ghetto people unfamiliar with the concept of having an indoor voice. A would often go on the fire escape to smoke a joint, and the first weird thing to happen was she got locked out there for about 3 hours. The window was heavy as shit and hard to bring down and lock, so it was fairly impossible for it to happen accidentally. It was just me there, and I was locked in my room reading, so I didn't hear her yell, and the boy she was pissed after thinking it was me pulling a prank. Oh, and boy was she pissed after thinking it was me pulling a prank. That kind of went out the window though when she got back in and noticed the laptop she had been streaming on had basically every image file she had open. I'm neurotic as shit and won't touch other people's things just in case something went missing, but as she closed the images, she saw her laptop camera had been taking pictures. Nothing too mysterious, just the bookshelf that it was pointed at. Her reaction was mostly along the lines of, "Whoa, spooky," but not too worried. This was one of the days the elevator was working, but shitty as it was, it got stuck halfway through the 4th floor. Wait. I feel like I'm missing something here. I feel like I'm really missing something here. You see how the file is like kind of like cut off here? I'll just keep on reading and hope that it starts to make sense. She presses the emergency button and sees a pair of legs passing by, which she calls to press the elevator button to see if it would go up. Okay, so I'm gonna fill in the blank here with the story that is cut off. I assume it's gonna be A. It's gonna be A is taking the elevator. The elevator is supposed to be working today, so she goes down it, and then it gets stuck halfway between floors, but the doors are open. So, oh, and I don't know if anybody is aware of this, but in older buildings, elevators look different than they do in modern buildings. Older elevators from the inside have like these screen mesh sort of closing doors. And then you have another door that opens the elevator room. It's not all big and fancy and aluminum and automatic. Let me see if I can actually get a picture of it while it's relevant here. One moment, please. Old elevator. And let's go with like NYC. Yeah, this is kind of what it looks like. Hate elevators. I'm not too fond of them myself. Okay, here we are. This is what an elevator looks like. Old elevators, yeah. See, this is what I am picturing this story is telling right now. So, it's going to be a really old wooden boxy elevator. And it's going to have this screen mesh door and then another door in the actual hallway for you to manually open and close every time you go through the door. So, character sees somebody's legs here as the elevator is stuck halfway between floors. That is the context of the story that we are currently reading. Now, she presses the emergency button, sees a pair of legs walking by, which she calls to press the elevator button to see if it will go up. Anyway, Red Shoes doesn't respond, and when she tries to get closer to see who it was, they instinctively backed away. Whatever, crackheads, right? She wasn't there for long before someone pressed the button at least, but about 3 days later, we found out this wasn't an isolated incident. Someone new had been moving in on the next floor, and apparently got locked into their apartment when they were trying to head back down to get more boxes. The door wasn't locked, and the knob turned, but it refused to give. We found this out after he complained about the landlord's reaction, which was basically nervously smiling and nodding as if he didn't understand. Those were the calm days. E had this rule, not to respond to knocks on the door unless she expected them, believing it was either someone asking for money, trying to get us to go to their church, or trying to rob us. This was reasonable, since the first two would be a thing during the day. I should mention at this point, I decided to sleep on the living room couch. I'd been sleeping on just a mattress at one point, but after waking up to a rat crawling out from the heater right next to my pillow, I noped the fuck out of there. It was about 3 in the morning when I woke up to a knocking at a weird place. I figured it was a crackhead and ignored it. It kept on going. At that point, I got mad, grabbing a knife from the kitchen and looking through the keyhole to see no one there. I opened the door anyway, only to find 2 other neighbors looking out their apartment, both claiming it was their door that had been knocked on. The next day, one of the neighbors, this Caribbean dude who I'm pretty sure was an attorney from how he dressed, asked me and my other neighbor to back him up and talk to the landlord so we could see the cameras on the elevator and stairs and see if we could find out who it was. And I agree, old elevators are terrifying, and it is a good rule to not answer knocks on the door. Usually it's probably not going to be anything good nowadays. Back in the day, maybe it may have been something, but nowadays, nobody knocks on the door, rings the doorbell. Nobody ever comes to you without expecting something. Cloud Chaser 2020-224. It's great to see you. Howdy, we are having a gay old time reading some scary stories and enjoying the October ambience. Ambiance? I don't really know how to say it. I hope you're having a good day. And I hope you're okay with some scary stories. Because I'm quite enjoying these, actually. I'm having a good time. I'm really liking them, in fact. God, if I could just read and read and read, I think I'd be a happy camper. I really suck at post counts. Landlord admits the cameras didn't actually work, and B was not having it. He filed a police report and threatened to sue if they didn't replace the cameras, and kept bugging the landlord for a few days. Then he suddenly stopped. We got curious when we found the cops and ambulance leaving our floor, and A, being our spokesperson, was the one who asked B's girl. Apparently, since that night, he hadn't been sleeping much, and though he thought he was just pissed about the cameras, she said he'd been getting overall angry and crazy over time. This led to her waking up to finding him at the door in nothing but boxers, having pissed himself and being completely unresponsive. They took him to the hospital, but not before she had to drag his body out of the door's way. This wasn't unusual, by the way, crackheads and whatnot, so people figured he'd OD. Okay. Oh my god. No Akira L. Noel-chan, thank you for the follow, thank you so much. It gave me a bit of a jump scare. It actually did jump scare me. Rura, goodbye Rura. I hope you enjoy your dinner, and I hope that I haven't, left you with things that will give you nightmares. I hope you had a good time, and enjoy your dinner again. Take care. Bye-bye, Rura. Yes, everybody say goodbye to Rura. We're gonna miss her. Everybody's favorite dino. Alright, now, back to it. Whew. Now, where was the part about OD'ing? I'll admit, we probably should have followed up, but we didn't. So it was E who kind of mentioned the next part. B's girl had sort of just started acting way too happy, responding to E's chit-chat with an unbreaking smile and vague responses. It was a bit later when people started suggesting that maybe... Again with this broken text that interrupts the story. I'm kind of annoyed by that, because this is a good story. I actually quite like this. Particularly because I can relate to this sort of setting, like old dingy elevator, an old dingy apartment building in like New York area, New York, New Jersey area. Yeah, like I really relate to this because this is where I grew up in. But this story's getting interrupted, and it doesn't make me happy. It makes me annoyed. Oh well. A few days later, the other neighbor that had opened the door with me had called the cops on her. Apparently she'd been knocking on his door at 3 a.m. in nothing but a shirt and underwear, still not breaking her smile. This neighbor had a family, so a mournful booty call was unlikely. Mournful Booty Call is kind of like would be a good band name. He mentioned, though, that he did try and open the door at one point, but it wouldn't open, and the cops had to come up the stairs because the elevator wouldn't open, so she literally just stood there smiling until they came and freaked the fuck out, kicking and screaming when they took her away. I was actually more surprised they hadn't shot her. Eesh. Anyway, that neighbor started getting ready to move out soon after as well, but apparently Crazy Lady hadn't been the last straw. Soon after, the neighbor's daughter, who was like 12, started acting weird herself. The parents didn't want to go into detail, but their 10-year-old son had no such qualms. She had been dragging herself against the walls and floors, kind of like a cat with a really bad itch. And when asked why, she just responded by denying it, despite very much still doing it as much as she did much to their frustration. They eventually found her pressing her parts against the corner of a wall without any pants on, and shortly after whooping the crap out of her, decided it was this place driving her crazy. Oh boy, it's our turn. That was A's joke, having noticed the pattern. We were the ones that had left the door open that night. And I couldn't really say much, having been the one that opened the door. E, of course, responded by trying to do cleansing spells and all that new age magic stuff to try and ward things off, but that didn't work out too well for us. A, being the hyper-energetic puppy that she is, had been up late smoking a joint on the fire escape, now directly on the windowsill, to prevent any lockouts. She freaked out and started panicking, however, after seeing E standing outside in the middle of the street. Naturally, she freaked out, thinking E was in bed asleep, and yelled out her name trying to get her attention. I rushed up to her into her room to put a shirt on, ready to run downstairs after her, only to be met with a pissed-off E, now sitting awake in bed. E complained that she was high, but all three of us are very much aware that's not how weed works. Wait, so A saw E out in the street, but E was in bed. That's a bit weird. The next night, I woke up to A shaking me awake, freaking out. She claimed that E was gone, which made no sense since she'd have to have passed by me to get out of the apartment. We both simultaneously looked out the window with the fire escape, but luckily didn't see any E pancake down the street. A decides she's just going to go back down anyway, but when she tries to open the front door, it doesn't budge. She has me try, but I can't manage it either. Looking through the keyhole to see if anything was in the way, but it was just black, as if something was blocking it. That's when I notice, out in the hall, it sounds like there's a bunch of people running, like stampede level amount of footsteps. God, speaking of fucking footsteps, I really dislike... God, the ad jump scared me. Hold on, where is... I'll hit Cloud Chaser with the drooling emote. For my sympathy for the ad, Mr. Cloud Chaser. Like stampede level amount of footsteps, and we start to freak out. A is starting to cry when we suddenly hear screaming coming from my room. Now, my room isn't big. It's basically a square with a surprisingly deep closet E kept stuff stored in. It did apparently benefit in having great acoustics though, because the scream was loud as fuck. Like painfully loud. We burst in to see the closet door trying to shake open, and A opens it with me right behind. The weird thing is, the scream kept going up until the closet door was fully opened. But when we opened it, there E was, with the widest, creepiest fucking grin I'd ever seen her make. A sort of burst back and grabbed onto me, because when we opened the door, she was right there, like almost nose to nose with her, unflinching. Moments later, she responded as if she'd just woken up, confused as to where she was. A tried to go back to bed with her, but was still freaking out, and frankly scared of her, so me and her just stayed up the rest of the night. The next day, we decided to move out, staying at A's aunt until we found a new place, and only going to get our stuff during the day. E, being the asshole she is, later recommended the building to a friend who lasted there for about a month before moving out after becoming violently ill and telling us about a pair of neighbors that were found dead in our old apartment. I'm not entirely sure if that just wasn't crack though. Anyway, fuck that place, and fuck Newark. Fuck, sounds like you guys got out at the right time. I'm not gonna lie, we were both kind of assholes to E for a bit, avoiding contact and being alone with her, but we were pretty fucking terrified. It was literally just her smiling, but I'd known her for 22 years and never seen her be able to smile that widely. It was almost like her mouth had stretched out. She's the one that suggested later that maybe it was something roaming the hallway, which explains why we couldn't get to it whenever shit was going on, but that didn't explain her being in the street. We didn't really get a lot of answers, and we weren't really trying to. There weren't any after effects once we left though, so she's good now at least. Ugh. Ugh. That was a lot. I think I need a moment. Hold on. Let me put this away. Put Edge away for a moment. Oh. Do I have a studio mode lobby? Okay. Yeah, this should be good, right? Yeah, everything's still pretty good. Sweet. Okay. God, where do I even... I'm gonna try and just chill out for a moment here, folks. I've been reading. 3 hours of reading. Talking. Oh man. I need a sippy sip. Thing is, though, I don't want to end anything prematurely because I know I will just end up regretting not streaming more. It's weird like that. I like streaming so much. I can't help it. Ugh. How are you guys all doing? I simply must know, like, are the stories good? Oh my goodness. The silence is up. Or the silence is here. The music track, which went on for 3 hours, is now over. And I must say, I did not expect to last this long just doing storytelling. I'm glad to hear that you're doing good, Cloud. It's a relief. I know you were very much excited to be able to tune into a stream, so I figured I'd give you the best that I could. I'm good. It's nice hearing you in the background while I work. Well, I hope your work is going great. I hope you are making some money moves here, Tiny. I have to head off now. Thank you for the comfy stream hunt. Oh, by all means, I understand. It's now 11:04 for us here, so you do what you gotta do, area. I am deep cleaning my room to the stories. Okay, that's lovely to hear, Mond. I'm also happy to hear that. Must say, seeing all these messages really motivates me to keep on going. So it's great. LMAO, yeah, I finally have the day off so I could catch it since you stream at 10 a.m. for you. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I know I stream at very bad hours typically. For the schedule that I posted last week, I really wanted to try and stick to that and try and see how streaming during the morning hours might work. See if I can maybe catch more people if I could, but this time slot is what's going to be most comfy for me. And I think that's just going to have to be what it is until I move back to America or whatever that happens. Whenever I get sent back to America in a shipping container. We'll see. What's going to be next for the music? I think I'm going to go for Resident Evil 1 through 8 chill soundtracks and thunderstorm ambience. To me, that sounds nice. It's also going to only last an hour, which I think is pretty appropriate. I can go on for one more hour, and I think I should call it there because that is going to be midnight for me, and I should really just try and get some bed early. I don't know. We'll see. How loud is that? It seems pretty loud. Okay. Let's head back to our funny little presentation. And I hope the music is this a good volume? This is where it's going to be for the remainder, I think. Whew. Let's keep it going. Where is... Okay, here we are. Don't need either of these. I believe this is the next story. The audio is good. Oh, thank you, Mond. I know you. If you're cleaning to all this, you must have me like on your phone or something. So I know whipping out the phone to send the text message, and send the message in chat. I know I've been doing a lot of that myself, so I know how much of a you're really going out of your way for that. so I appreciate it. Now, oh, Rocky Mountain. I grew up in the Rocky Mountains. Oh my god. I'm gonna love this story. Okay. Rocky Mountain Corpse Candles, Part 1. Thread to see if anyone has heard of or seen anything similar. These are the events of the past week in Colorado and the Front Range of the Rocky Mountains. Be me. Be at a graduation party with my bros and his GF. GF is main character of this story. Oh wait, no. My GF. Oh, apparently I like it when the characters that I'm reading from the point of view from have a girlfriend. It makes me feel more accomplished. Circa 11 p.m. outside our friend's house, which is in the middle of a heavily wooded area. I'm hanging out with my bros, and the talk gets rowdy and sexual. My girlfriend leaves in mild disgust. Boys will be boys type of reaction. A couple of minutes later, the guys leave, and I head back into the house to find my girlfriend. No GF. I go to the porch and call out for her into the woods. Silence. A couple of moments later, I hear her blood-curdling scream, and she comes running out of the darkness. Anon, I saw a little candlelight in the woods, and I followed it to see what it was, and I think I saw a bear. You should never follow strange lights into the woods. You never know where they might lead. But the lights were so pretty, I want to know what they are. Yeah, don't do that. Next day, nightfall, we're in our respective homes, approximately 50 miles away. We're texting. She says, I see a floating light again. Wait, now there's more than one. Just don't leave your house, okay? And running through my head are stories of will-o'-the-wisps and corpse candles, and the paranormal and about how they're the paranormal equivalent of an anglerfish. But they're so lovely, I really want to know what they are. Please don't follow them. It's not a good idea to go out into the woods at night. Don't worry, I'm just on my back porch watching them. I'm like, okay, just stay safe. And I leave her for a bit to play some dank video games. I get a text an hour later saying basically, now that you're asleep and can't worry about me, I'm going to go investigate those lights. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Bitch what? JPEG? To be continued. Photo. Pic related. She took photos of the lights outside her house, and it's these funny two little orby things right here. Oh, there's a bigger one right here. Interesting. Kind of looks like eyeballs. Kind of cute. I start texting her, asking her what's going on, asking her to go back inside and telling her to be safe, please, etc. She texts me back, shitting herself, utterly scared out of her mind. Anon, I chased the strange lights out into the woods, and out in the darkness I saw a huge thing that was too big to be a person, but was walking on its hind legs. Me, actively questioning what kind of a woman I'm dating. Why did you go out there? That was really dangerous, and whatever you saw could be life-threatening. She's mortified, and profusely apologizing for being so stupid. Literally the next night, and coincidentally tonight, we're talking on the phone after I get off work, and I'm trying to get her to promise me that she won't go chasing those lights again. For some reason, she becomes stubborn and won't promise that she'll stay inside that night. She's home alone, house on the edge of the woods, there's no moon, and it's snowing. Still, she won't fucking promise to stay inside. We get into a fight. She gets upset and drinks a margarita. She's a lightweight, so she gets tipsy immediately, and she still won't promise to stay inside. We're still arguing when suddenly she goes quiet, whispering, Anon, that thing is outside my house right now. I can see its silhouette, and I can hear it walking. She starts losing her shit and freaking out, and I'm trying to, in the very least, keep her calm. She's literally watching something pacing outside her window. Then she sees the lights again. She decides to stop looking out the window. She stays huddled and still in her living room. Oh. No! Thank you, Cloud, for the tip. Then she sees the lights again. She decides to stop looking out the window. She stays huddled and still in her living room until enough time passes after she sees this unknown entity. She moves her bedroom and falls asleep. I'm left awake researching and green texting and somewhat bothered by the whole ordeal. What could this be? There are hundreds of stories of orbs in the woods, but the details and the way she described the lights aligns most closely with Old Welsh and English stories of corpse candles. Without telling her my suspicions, I asked her details about the situations, my findings, Girlfriend's strange lights, small, mobile, orange, blue, and white, leading into the woods in the direction of a cemetery. Corpse candles, small, mobile, orange, blue, and white, float around the dwelling of someone who's dying, float back and forth from their house to their future grave. Now, I'm beginning to become concerned. This may possibly explain the lights, but what about the human entity outside her house? Tomorrow night, I'm going to go over and spend the evening with her, and we'll post updates if anything happens. Advice please, X? Here are some details that I forgot. Her neighbor's dogs were freaking out last night, and in the fresh snow this morning she found footprints circling her house and back porch coming from the woods. Tonight, during the I can see it outside phase, her cats were very agitated and disturbed, hackles raised and whatnot. Anon says, investigate that shit. Get a gun. If you can't get a gun, get the sharpest and longest knife you have. Also, instead of going to her house, ask her to come to yours to be safer. If you see the humanoid entity, fight or flight. Stay safe, OP. God damn, dude, your girlfriend is stupid. Please, please let her know how absolutely moronic and dangerous it is to follow lights into the woods, no matter how pretty they are. It very likely was will-o-wisps. They love to lead people to their death. I'm literally angry for you, OP. Also, everything that happens now is 100% her fault. She's a stupid bee for not heeding your warnings, and I want you to let her know this, even if it causes you to get into a fight over it. Also surprised she didn't get fucking wrecked for the first time she followed the lights, let alone 3 goddamn times. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised about that as well. Quite frankly, it's a bit of a shocker, that one. Update. OP is not kill. Yes, GF is stupid. Last night was uneventful. I'm visiting to hang out and see what there is to see. OP is an armed K enjoyer. Don't worry. What are you taking with you as far as weaponry? Shotgun or rifle, I trust? Also, good luck, friend. OP's Raifu. Remington 870 Tactical. Interesting. No, I had a Mossberg. So what does a Remington 870 look like? Hold on. Gotta do a very careful Google search. Remington 870. I mean, everybody knows what a Remington 870 looks like. It's classic shotgun. Is it pump, though? I don't think it is. Maybe it is? Oh, it is. Okay. I had a, I love wood furniture on guns. I'm not sure if this is, like, plastic that's made to look like wood, but it looks pretty good. And I will show you folks the one that I had when I was in America. That's not what I want. I don't want to hide this one. Mossberg 590A1 retrograde. I was so happy with this gun. I love this damn thing, and I'm really sad that I no longer have it. Australia, you can't have fun in Australia. It's so sad. And I always wanted to slap a bayonet onto this thing, like this. Man, I loved it. Hold on, I have to move my... You know, I will hide myself, actually. God damn, that thing's beautiful. God damn. Yeah, but you can't have anything like this in Australia, I don't think. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. I also, between lab tests, I never really got much of a chance to shoot it, but that thing kicked like a frickin' mule. I came in just in time to look at the guns. Oh, well, I'm happy that you did, Mr. Blue Hakarl Shark VTuber. Whoa. Thank you for the follow, Blue Hakarl Shark VTuber. I appreciate it very much. We're reading some scary stories right now. And, howdy. Yeah, no, howdy. I'm Han. I'm, half man, half bun. And because I have a lot of free time right now, I'm doing a lot of horror things for fun. And the horror thing of the night is scary stories. Now, to be fair to people calling her stupid, if it's corpse candles, she's probably dying regardless of this whole incident. They appear to people who are dying, not people they are killing. They appear inviting because they lead you to the eternal peace that will envelop you soon. It's a mental phenomenon beyond control. It's possible she has cancer or some other terminal illness that has gone unnoticed. I feel incredibly sorry for her. Though the tall creature may indicate something other than a terminal illness. It may be a terminal condition of a more paranormal variety. It's possible that the tall figure and the corpse candles are actually two irrelevant though interrelated incidents. The tall figure is stalking her. Perhaps it kills slowly, but is practically guaranteed. Thus, the corpse candles appear to her. If that's not the explanation, I have no idea how the fuck the two things relate. I suggest you expand your search beyond the lights and do more research on whatever this figure is. That is the real problem here. You can consider the corpse candles more of a warning than anything else. Denver resident here. I'd love to investigate if you're willing to give more details on the location and such. She's home alone, house on the edge of the woods, there's no moon, and it's snowing. Aw, and that's where you're wrong, OP. It snowed in the Front Range yesterday and the day before, but it didn't today. Sauce, I'm in Denver. The fact that this lines up perfectly actually makes this even better. Either OP is serious, which still doesn't prove spoops, but it proves that the GF is having some manner of problem, or at least he's doing research, making this sure this story is more believable. So thank you for posting this either way. I really look forward to hearing more from this now. Again, assuming something horrible didn't actually happen. Evening all, OP here. It's been a very eventful night. Chapter 5-ish. It's definitely not corpse candles. GF might not be quite as stupid as we thought. Earlier this evening, I'm at her house, and it's getting late, and we're chilling and snuggling. And then as I'm half asleep, she gets up and goes downstairs. I groggily get up and follow a few minutes later to see why she left. When I walk in, she has the aura of guilty or hiding something. I try to get her to talk, but she is insistent that I'm fine and that it's nothing. Not really as abnormal as anyone with a girlfriend knows. She tells me to go back upstairs and go to sleep. I'm like, whatever, and I go up and lay back down. Less than a minute later, I bolt upright because I hear the ding from the security system indicating that someone has opened a door. Hear the back sliding door slam shut. Pause for effect to be continued immediately. Side comment to the dude from Denver. This is in the Woodland Park, Divide, Rampart Reservoir area. Oh, what was that noise? Oh, thank you so much for following, Connor. It's cool. It's good to have you here. Hello and welcome. We're just reading some scary stories, and I hope you can enjoy them. Your ass may have been dry and warm, but it was snowing that night up in the mountains. Continuing, this is when shit got creepy. I rush outside and call to her with no response. It's pitch black out, but I walk into the backyard with my flashlight. She couldn't have gone far. Throughout the light wind, I can hear dogs barking, and something that sent a fucking Class A chill down my spine. As cliche as it sounds, I heard the voice of a child off in the distance saying help over and over in the exact same tone every time. Not very urgent, not very loud. Almost like a statement rather than an exclamation or a cry for aid. Then my girlfriend pops up from the other side of the back porch deck and asks if I can hear a loud howling noise. My face when there's not only a creepy-ass child's voice, but also apparently she's hearing howls. I get her back inside, and she tells me she saw the lights again. For the next hour, I'm trying to convince her what a stupid idea following those lights is, and she just doesn't get it. She's a smart girl, good in uni, does astronomy and microbiology as hobbies. She has common sense blind spots, but she's logically sound. Nevertheless, she cannot seem to wrap her head around why chasing these lights is dangerous. She keeps insisting that I have to find out what these lights are. I have to. I'm fine with communicating, just not running blindly into the night with a bathrobe. I'm trying to convince her to investigate it in an intelligent manner, but she keeps insisting that the only way to find out what the lights are is to chase after them alone. Apparently, the lights disappear when other people are around. Ever since she acted suspiciously when she went downstairs by herself, she's acted very strange, not at all like she normally does. And I believe that is the end of the left side of this story. Now we go on to the right. And we have a cute little picture of an anglerfish here to keep us company while I get through the section. Fortunately, I think the only lady that's actually too frightened by these pictures is Rura, and she is now gone, so let's just keep on going. So, for at least an hour, I'm begging her to promise not to chase the lights when I leave. She just refuses. She'll barely respond, and eventually she is just staring, and it seems like she's unable to acknowledge me, like her consciousness has disconnected. She finally concedes to promise. The anglerfish is a friend. It is. I do wonder what an anglerfish tastes like. Probably terrible. Probably really, really bad. At this point, she's barely talking at all, which is not normal, and she had about 4 to 5 episodes of her just staring blankly and not blinking for around a minute each. You know when someone is woken suddenly, and they jolt and gasp a little? Well, she was doing that out of the blank stares, but she wasn't asleep. By now, I'm getting more worried and disturbed. We're both religious, so I pray for her. Atheists, I'm aware you consider me a moron. Don't waste the energy to type it. Immediately after the prayer, she starts totally responding again. I'm surprised, and I start asking her questions about what had just happened because I'm still confused. It becomes apparent that she can't remember a single thing from the point when she saw the lights and the end of the prayer. She also has a splitting headache. As I recount everything, she becomes more and more horrified. She didn't know she had chased the lights outside. She had no memory of any of it. She's feeling all right now, but we're growing concerned that these lights may have an effect on one's mental state. The lights, an entity, are an anglerfish, and she is the mesmerized minnow. Also, I'm looking into the Orthodox Catholic Church's concept of demonic obsession, which is when a demon harasses someone rather than possessing them. Summit County Ski Resort bitch reporting, shit, I've been gone for a month and it's still fucking snowing? What kind of mud season is this? Has this been happening the last couple of years? This is in the Woodland Park Divide Rampart Reservoir area. OP is a massive hick. God damn. I love it when green texts include all the funny little comments like that. It's so much soul. You can't forget about the soul. That's the appeal is in the freedom that you get from these image boards. I love it. Love it to death. Can't ever pull myself away from it. Now, this sounds familiar. The lights and entity are an anglerfish, and she's the mesmerized minnow. The entity itself might not be a lure. The voice in the darkness sure as fuck was, as are the lights, but I advise getting some incendiary ammo for your shotgun. Shit from Innowoods does not appreciate fire. However, if you suspect this thing is not baryonic, but demonic or ethereal in nature, your weapons are of little to no use. Beeline it straight to your nearest church in that case, with your girlfriend, and tell the pastor there everything. If you're not RPing OP, get some flat cedar and burn that the next time you see the lights or the entity. You said you pray, so do that when you light the cedar. I have no idea what that is, but the way you described the voice makes me think it's a spirit. They all sound high-pitched like kids, and the colored orbs are what spirits often look like, and usually in the colors you mentioned, but red instead of orange. If you have native friends that are active in their traditions, then have a chat with them as well, but the flat cedar should do the trick. As far as I'm aware, demonic obsession is just a path to possession. You have to weaken the psyche before you can take hold of it. If it was just her seeing or hearing these things, I'd say it's definitely a demon, since they are metaphysical and exist in the mind. But the fact that you heard something too makes me think that it's something else. I've no idea what. If it is a demon, and if it's able to reach the both of you, that probably means it's already in something. It having a physical form is enabling it to reach out to multiple minds. But it sounds as if its physical form is weak and likely immobile. Perhaps it's been sealed away in a tree, and it keeps trying to lure your girlfriend to the tree. If you're a courageous psychopath, you could probably go into the woods and see if you find any tree with some manner of native signs or runes on it. Or you could just get her out of that house. If it's immobile, getting away from those woods would probably do the trick. Incendiary in a woods? That's never a good idea. And Anon earlier had the idea to bless the shells in the gun. I'd go with that. If it can feel incendiary rounds, it sure as fuck can feel normal rounds, blessed or otherwise. Are you stupid? I told you this at the beginning of the thread days ago. Can you not read? Will-o-wisp. Ignore, do not follow. Shit fucking goddamn. I literally don't have a reaction pick strong enough. Also, a more correct definition of what's going on. They are not inherently dangerous, but they have the ability to charm you into following them to something dangerous. Usually a fey portal or some shit, but apparently they can lure you to skinwalkers now. I'm not joking when I say slap some literal sense into your GF, please. Ever since she started acting suspiciously when she went downstairs by herself, she's acted very strange, not at all like she normally does. Skinwalker confirmed. OP is dead. I agree. They want a full-course meal instead of a light dinner. Anyways, OP, if you're still alive, I want you to know that I'm only pissed at you because I want both you and your GF to survive, and you're actively disregarding all the warnings we've given you. It's obvious to me now that your GF has an extremely weak will and is put into a trance when she sees the lights. I'm going to ask my friend for some sort of charm that you can make to help her not be so easily controlled. Hold on a few. Oh geez. This is oh geez. It goes takes a pretty dark turn pretty fast. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. OP's actually dead, guys. I checked the news locally and there's a murder investigation going on since yesterday. This is suspicious, though. To be fair, Front Range of the Rockies is 80% of the state population. Plus, there's murders there all the time. It's been a war zone since they legalized the weed and the reefer madness has taken over. I don't know what they're talking about there. Nah, dude, you don't get it. He said he was near Woodland Park area in this post. OP has been missing for 2 days, and now there's a death investigation ongoing since yesterday in Gold Camp Road, which is about 20 miles from where OP said he would be, as seen in my previous post, which I checked out on Google Maps, is basically some sketchy road in a woods. This isn't a coincidence. Right now, a few details are known other than it could be a bike accident. They didn't mention anything about murder. Bump. OP is dead. We warned him. Dumbass thinking he knows better. I second you, Anon. Lamau told him he should get a gun. Gold Camp Road. Lovely. Colorado Anon here. Gold Camp Road is hella haunted. All sorts of stories about voices and lights in old train tunnels, and stories of, wait for it, supposed Satanists wandering around at night with torches. Oh no, it's a little bit spooky over in the Colorado Rocky Mountains, oh no. For the latecomers to the thread, OP was killed by a demon motorcycle headlight. His GF rode off on the bike and is now getting the party at Sturgis started early. What is Sturgis? Oh, forgot to mention, one of the other reports, I think the third tunnel, is the voices and the laughter of children, which OP also mentioned. All of this is around an area called Helen Hunt Falls, which is also stupid haunted, and just down the road from Manitou Springs, which besides being a sort of vortex for the New Agers is, you guessed it, haunted as shit. Including stories of its personal own town demon, and more weird, witchy, and unexplained murders than you can shake a stick at. Welcome to Colorado Springs. Doesn't matter whether OP did or not. This guy is telling us there's a recent death up there in Gold Camp, so now the thread is interesting either way. Damn, this is the most interesting thing to happen here for months. Rip OP. I'm here in Arvada. I live about 15 minutes away from Flatirons Mall. Let me tell you, the drive there and back at night is seriously spoopy. I have a story if you're interested. Pick-related one of my chickens, I guessed. Bump, OP, please come back. Also, dump the girl if you're still alive. Let me see here. I technically live in an unincorporated Jefferson County. Like, I live on Indiana Street. If you're from around here, you know what I'm talking about. Anyways, me and my brother are coming home from seeing Get Out at Flatirons, and it's about 12:45 a.m. I'm not super late, but the road is deserted. We were just listening to 93.3 and talking about guns when like 3 or 4 deer jump out in front of my truck. I swerve and luckily miss them. We were a bit dazed, and we decided to pull over and switch seats for the rest of the way home. As we were about to do this, my brother sees a human silhouette, slams the door, and draws his pistol, USP-9C. We are both avid K-browsers, so we immediately think, Skinwalker. I just peel out and go home at like 70 miles per hour. That's it. We didn't want to fuck around with that stuff, so we just went home. I will never drive alone there at night. And all of this shit is going down a few clicks away from NORAD? Yep. Not even clicks hardly. It's basically right at the foot of the Cheyenne Mountain. If NORAD is not lousy with Ghost 2, I'd be shocked. Wait. No, legit? Like, OP dies here. OP dies right after this angler post. Oh my god. Oh my god, OP never was heard from again. Legit, like, this is all just people commenting on it. OP is actually done for. That's crazy. Oh man. Let me read the rest of this and we can move on to the next story, but I actually quite like this one. It's very in-depth. I'm near Morrison and have been seeing a lot of UFOs lately. Well, that's terrifying. Oh my god, yeah, I agree. He he thinks he found a solution and then never heard from him again, which is crazy. Poor guy. He should have dragged his girlfriend far, far away, is all I'm going to say to that. Anyway, as far as what she's seen, could be she's seen whatever entity causes those lights normally, or is an unrelated entity drawn to the lights? If the lights are toward your girlfriend, then it would explain how it found her house. Perhaps you should have spent a few nights at your place, Anon, see if the sightings go away if she's away from her home for a while. Also, you're basically dating an adult infant, dude. You might want to rethink your relationship once he's safe. Who over the age of 8 thinks, I'm gonna go chase some pretty lights in the dark woods alone? I'm not even from Colorado, and I know that's a stupid idea. Even if you don't believe in the paranormal, there's still fucking wild animals and maybe a crazy opportunist out there. Buy your girlfriend some mace, dude. She's too stupid to be left alone unarmed ever. Oh, man. More Colorado spoopy stories, though, please? Question mark. And then that's the end of the thread. Damn. Zero death by Demon GF real quick. Holy shit. Archivist. And the OP was never heard from again. Yeah, this was back in 2017. So, this guy's dead as dirt by now. Him and his girl. Sorry to hear that, Mr. Corpse Candles. OP. Now what's happening here? Ah, this seems like a good little story. Alright. Give me one moment. Okay. About a little over 10 years ago, my mother and stepfather were getting a divorce. My mother, brother, and I moved to a townhouse complex. It's a full house, but the next house is attached. At the time, I was 11 or 12. I only ever saw my mother every other weekend due to moving in with my dad for stability. Whenever I was over, I always felt uncomfortable in there, and I developed a fear of the dark, which I had not had since I was 4 or 5, and I only had one staying in the townhouse. It always felt like I was being watched, and in a place I didn't belong, the basement being the worst part of the house. I refused to go down there alone. It was one huge room, the size of the whole house's length and width. I never, fucking never, would go to the dark half of the basement. It felt like someone or something was watching me from that half of the basement when I was down there. It always felt like I was in some sort of danger. I developed depression while I was there. My nights consisted of me staying up with the lights on. My brother's room was next to mine, but was always out. I would hear several times a night the door to the front door open and footsteps walk upstairs. One night, it was constant, the sound of walking up and down the stairs. I went outside my room to ask my brother why he got home so late, and if he could keep it down. But there was nothing there. I checked my brother's room, but he was asleep. Turns out, he had the night off, and didn't go out that night either. After that, I knew it wasn't my brother making that noise, and it got worse for me. I started picturing a bearded man in my head whenever I heard the stairs make noise. My brother also got into trouble around this time. Was very angry all the time, which was unlike him, and still is today. I never met the neighbors, but you could hear the woman and man and their kid often. We only had 2 TVs, and I liked watching G4TV, so I'd watch TV in my mother's room. I, like the basement, felt like I was being watched and was uncomfortable. It, like the basement, felt like I was being watched and uncomfortable. Unlike the basement, I didn't feel in danger, but I always kept checking over my shoulder into the open closet and bathroom just instinctively. Recently, I had a nightmare about the fucking place. I decided, when I saw my mother, to tell her about it, just a small talk. I told her everything I experienced there, and she gets serious with me. Apparently, she had the same experiences, but never wanted to alert me or my brother for various reasons. She said she often called me downstairs because she was afraid of the basement as well, and would hear shuffling in the back half, where I said shit was really creepy. She often heard noises of doors opening and closing, and someone walking up the stairs during the day when I was at my dad's. She assumed it was my brother, home early, often because he was, and it sounded like he rushed inside, ran up the stairs, and slammed his door, but without saying anything. We often heard our neighbors, like I said, but she actually talked to the guy living there. On more than one occasion, we heard a woman and a man flirting in the evening and laughing and having a good time, usually when we were all eating dinner. Same for a mother and her child during the day. The guy living there was a med student who was often not home. He said he was out usually at nights and sleeping during the day, and told my mother he lived alone. He apparently never heard us, even though we were a loud bunch. My mother also said she believed my depression and my brother's anger, which he had been getting more and more aggressive with, was tied to the home. She actually paid for my brother to move out, telling both of us she thought it would help him with school and work, which it did. My mother's boyfriend, who I forgot to mention, moved in about a year after, also experienced the same shit, but only told my mother. He said he often saw people walking around in the other room in the corner of his eye, even when he was alone. My mother also told me about this man who she often woke up to. He was standing in the doorway of her room. She described the man who I pictured in my head, but said he had these sunken dark holes where his eyes should be. Apparently, the look he gave her was one of pure hatred. He was translucent as well, which I think kept her from calling the cops. We asked the managers of the townhouses if there was a death on the property before moving out, or if there was a demolished home or anything to explain the hostility that we all felt from this guy. There was nothing on the property prior to the complex. I kind of wonder if it was maybe demonic or something. To be honest, I really don't know much about hauntings or demons beyond horror movies, so maybe I could be speaking out my ass, but the thought of that place still scares me pretty badly in my mid-20s. I gotta say that the format of this townhouse story was kind of bad, but not every OP has to be perfect at storytelling. Now, the title for this one is Crazy Ranch, and it looks hella long. It looks hella long. So I think maybe this might have to be our last one. I'm not too sure. I'll think about it. I will think about it. I do like reading, though. I'm having such a good time reading. It's quality. It's fun. And there's really not a lot else gets me in the mood, like for telling stories quite like Halloween or even engaging in scary stories. It's just really too good to pass up. Just a lot of fun. Now, I have to very quickly stretch. Oh yeah, I could hear my back crack. I'm not entirely sure if you could hear that yourselves, but something inside me cracked. Fortunately, it was not my mind. Shrimp posture, LMAO. Well, the thing is, I could do with going and grabbing like something to raise my laptop. So if I had something that would raise my laptop, I could probably very easily stream. But I would also need something to raise my microphone as well, because the microphone is really low to the ground. Well, maybe not low to the ground. I am streaming from my kitchen table. The kitchen table is meant for eating at, not for streaming at. And if I had a chair that I could sit in lower, I think everything would be fine. Unfortunately, I have to deal with whatever we have here at the lab. And that means really not chairs that are not good for sitting down long periods of time, and yet that's all I've sat down at to stream with for my entire time here. I've streamed for I think 2 months now in well, actually almost 2 months. Not quite 2 months yet, but I've streamed for almost 2 months in these funny little really bad chairs. Oh my god. Okay. Let's get through this one. I can get through this one, and then I can start wrapping up, I think. Maybe. Just maybe. Not in a woods per se, but I did spend about 2 months looking after a small dude ranch operation during the winter months. The On a Dude Ranch in Rocky Mountains... Oh. Mon Vampire. I feel like there's a lot of things we can relate to each other on. It's like the streaming situation, the lack of good seating. I feel you. Beyond a Dude Ranch in Rocky Mountains in northwest Montana. Small outfit, just getting started, only operate during the summer. The owner asks for volunteers to stay during the January-February months to take care of horses and keep things in order. The Dude Ranch has electricity and a phone line, but no internet hookup, online stuff handled by a small office in town. Decide, fuck it. More pay, and I get to hang around, shoot funds, sit on my ass, and feed the horses. Little did I know, .exe. Starts off pretty chill. I use the company credit card to hit up Costco and load up on food because fuck dealing with that road more than necessary. I plan out meals and such, have all the food I need for 2 months, but forgot shaving supplies. Always forget something. Fuck. By week 1, I start talking to the horses. By week 2, they started talking back. Went through 3.5 spam cans of 7.62 by 45. By hand, I used a shovel and dug a trench and tunnel network through the ever-deepening snow. I made a whole army of snowmen to fight in my own winter war. I am become the White Death.jpg. I am become master of moving within my winter wonderland. Laid in wait beneath the snow for 2 full hours in an attempt to attack, wrestle, and hog-tie doe deer for domestication, briefly entertained by the idea of using said doe as I'm not entertaining the rest of that sentence. I will bring to attention though that female rabbits are called does, and male rabbits are called bucks. Fun little rabbit tidbit fact for you folks if you're into rabbits at all. Now, not saying I didn't entertain the thought longer than I should have. No, that's a bad idea. Do not entertain that thought. Okay. Nearly succeeded. Don't manage to break loose before I could finish the knot, but I do manage to succeed in knifing coyote to death one night, and I shoot others and tan their hides make them into a fur cape for other escapades underneath the snow. The days begin to flow together, and time holds no meaning for the creatures of the land. I have become one with the frozen woods, and I spend more nights out of the bunkhouse cabin than in. Some nights in the hayloft, others restlessly patrolling the horse corrals. I see many strange things those nights, some creatures one might call a skinwalker, wendigo, or worse. I no longer fear these beasts, for I have become frozen death itself. From the snow-capped peaks of each building, the tunnel system beneath the snow around the property, I have absolute dominion. No beast from mountain lions to coyotes to mice escape my notice. I merely gesture, and the horse herd moves as I command. The merest hostile act against the ranch is met by the thundering death from my Mosin. I routinely catch small animals by hand and either play with them for a short while before setting them loose, or silently dispatching them with my hands before they go into the stew pot. I have plenty of food, but who doesn't like fresh supplies? But alas, all good things must come to an end, including this funny little X/K power fantasy, I want to say. I don't know. We'll get through it. One morning, I hear a faint sound, one I haven't heard in a long time, like the fragment of a lyric to a forgotten song. Sound about like that hibernating bear that I found. As it gets louder, I realize that it's an engine. Fast like a brother elk, up the frozen staircase I built. I sprint up the frozen staircase I built to the roof of the barn. I see an SUV making its way up the road. It's the owner. I gaze down upon my crystal world, the shot, bayoneted, knifed, clubbed, and sodomized remains of the snowman wars. The horse herd looking to me for guidance. All along the tree line, creatures both large and small cowering beneath my flinty gaze. Twin chips of ice peering out from beneath my coyote skin cloak. I am so fucked when he sees all this. Clutching my 91 by 30 and sliding to the ground, I meet the owner outside the main guest cabin. I am close enough that I can bayonet him, and must resist the urge to do so out of habit with the snowman before I attempt to speak with him and let him know I'm right behind him. My voice cracks in an attempt to say hello from long underuse. Thought I was going to get fired, and nearly did, but after he asked about everything that went on and seen the ranch was in perfect order, he decided that as long as I showered, I could keep the look, and we incorporated a whole mountain man workshop for the guests. To teach them a little bit of bushcraft and simple survival stuff, and I even got a raise out of it. My face when even the skinwalkers have learned to fear me. And Anon requests that he green text some spoopy skinwalker stories. Okay. I would guess that this was about 3 to 4 weeks into it. Barn was Gramble style. Loft has hay and feed storage. and snow piled to the sides, and with a little bit of work, I managed to build a set of stairs to the peak and set up a small snow hut, just big enough for me, my Mosin, and some small snacks to lay down in. It had small windows all around, so I could see the tree line in any direction. Being alone for that long does strange things to you. You gain an intimate knowledge of everything around you. The moment something doesn't jive, you are instantly aware of it. Be chilling with my newest addition to the coyote fur cloak on the roof, chowing down on some jerky almost late afternoon. It's overcast. I can hear the soft movements of the horse herd below me, a faint knacker now, and then mixed with their eating and breathing. Hear one of them give a brief snort, and the rest go silent. No movement. Glancing to my left, I can see that one of the roans, looking intently to the southwest and into the wind. An instant later, it hits me, a smell like rotten meat mixed with the teenager's gym clothes locker that got left over the summer, with some kind of musk to it as well. Crouching in my snow hut, I pull out my monocular and scan the tree line on the other side of the pasture to the south. That last coyote I bagged was in that direction. I find the spot where I had skinned it out, and I know right where the carcass should be, but all I can make out from my perch is drag marks leading into the woods. I look down to the horses and can see them all still looking in that direction, not moving, no neighs or even nervous whickering between them. I pop open the ammo can I keep up there, grab a few fresh stripper clips to tuck into my coat, and slide down the slope I set next to the stairs on the north side of the barn. I snow ghost my way along the fence line, still keeping my ears open. The smell has faded somewhat, but the musk still lingers like greasy fingerprints on a freshly polished 1911 at the store. Oh damn. That is so real. I make my way to the southern fence line, but all I can make out is the faint indentations where snow has fallen to cover my tracks from 2 days ago. I scan the tree line from 20 yards away, but I can't shake the feeling of unease. Decide, fuck it, and walk over to where the coyote was. I can see the drag marks clearly, right over the tracks of whatever grabbed it. Tracks are deep, but obscured by the drag, and whatever took it left by the same path I arrived, cutting east, deeper into the woods. You go far enough, and you hit the Bob Marshall wilderness. That deep, musky scent is still strong, sticks in your nose, and the olfactory equivalent of peanut butter stuck to the roof of your mouth, but not nearly as tasty. I kind of know what he's talking about. Like if you ever smell something nasty and you just can't get rid of it, it's not fun. Not fun. I can see from the way the tracks are spaced, whatever it had a long bipedal stride, sinking almost twice as deep as my own footprints into the snow. I fully intended to leave the carcass for scavengers and the like, but it seems we have a new player in the game. I made my way back to the barn. The horses are still fixated on the southern pasture line, and I figure I'll stock a few more provisions in the hayloft. This marks the start of many a night spent buried in warm hay. Pretty used to the night noises around the place, coyotes yowling, maybe a cat screech and owls calling out. That's the thing though, I'm used to noises, not a lack of them. Tonight there is dead fucking silence. Even the horses kept close to the barn and quiet, and they're as quiet as snowfall. I didn't get much sleep that night. That musky smell had finally worn off by about dark. But the next few days were uneventful, not a whole hell of a lot happening. Second wave of snow soldiers attempted to take the stronghold that is my snow fortress, and were repelled by a wave of glorious 7.62 by 54. But on the fifth day, a southeasterly breeze brought that musk smell slamming back into my nostrils. I crouched low and took a snow trench to the barn stairs and made my way up to my fort. Peering over the edge, I could see something moving by the tree line. Through the monocular, it appeared to be crouching low. From the red beneath it, I could see it had taken something down. It had brown, dark fur covering it. At least that's what it looked like. It stayed low while it moved. The head appeared elongated and in a blunt muzzle, almost like a bear, but almost like if you took a Rottweiler's head, took off the ears, scaled it up, and covered it in coarse brown hair. Finally had a good look at what it had nabbed. A deer, from the look of it. You son of a bitch, that one was mine! I put down the monocular, bring my Mosin around, and decide to fire a warning shot. With the thundering report of my Mosin still ringing through the pines, I keep low and watch whatever this is. It's up and looking around, still with a slight hunch, but this thing is big, like 8 to 9 feet tall, big at a guess. After a moment, It grabs its prize around the neck with a single long arm and takes off into the woods again. I give it a while before investigating. Same MO as before. It left along the same train I came, drug the body along behind it to cover its tracks, and I'd follow, but it's getting to dusk again, and fuck trying to find this thing in the dark. At the same time, I'm pissed. This thing has the gall to molest my territory, and a strange thought comes into my mind. This is my territory. I'll mark it how I like, right along where its tracks go from the tree line to the clearing before the fence. I piss all along it. I took a steaming dump right in front of one of its footprints. Over the next couple of days, I wait and observe. The whole time, I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched as well. I'm also starting to figure out why the boss had managed to buy this ranch for so cheap. Dusk of day 3, and I have my answer. In the bunkhouse, making some cornbread to go with my chili, when I hear the horses start raising 9 kinds of hell, 2 types of chaos, and a side of mayhem. I throw on my coat, grab my Mosin, and fix the bayonet as I charge out the door towards the corrals. I'm almost knocked off my feet by the smell, first off. It smells like a Wookiee in heat, but I can't see anything looming out of the growing darkness and falling snow. I make it to the main corral, attached to the barn, and I can see all the horses are panicking, shying away from one side of the corral. The one closest is in the south pasture. There's nothing in the pasture, but there is something on the fence. As I get closer, I can see it's a deer, or at least part of one. I can't be sure, but I would bet money it's the head of the same one I saw it take a few days ago, torn off from the neck just below the head. Prints are fairly clear in the snow. It didn't have anything to drag behind it. Looking to the tree, and I can see a form fading into the pines. I bury the head and get the horses calmed down and head back to my cabin. It took me so long dealing with the horses, my cornbread is now an inedible, blackened lump. This spooked my horses, made me burn my cornbread, and killed a deer in my territory. It's on, motherfucker. The next day, I keep an eye out, head toward the northern pastures, and manage to back another coyote. But I bring a whole carcass back with me this time. I skinned it out carefully and made sure to leave the guts intact, save for the hide for later use, and I buried the carcass underneath some old straw to let it ripen. 2 days later, I head out before the first light, grab the now bloated and ripe coyote, and take it out the southern fence line. I gather a few pine boughs and use an e-tool, did a bed to lie down in, cover my tracks with the pine boughs, and line the bed with them. I open up the coyote, leave it about 10 feet in front of me, cover up my tracks, and fix my bayonet and chamber around, covering myself with snow. Now the waiting game begins. I managed to get used to the rotten coyote smell after a while. My toes are cold, but not the numbness that heralds the numbness of frostbite. Thank God for Red Wings. At first, I thought that my nose was playing tricks on me, but I realized that the musk had returned. It's game time. Its footsteps were barely making a sound in the snow, with that musky odor getting stronger with each footfall. I had a hard time controlling my breath. I kept wanting to hold it in, but managed to keep it even and low, even with my heart rate going through the roof. I could see it moving through the trees now, but my first thought on a bear-like or dog head and muzzle were wrong, and I realized where I had smelled something like this musk before. Long legs and torso, leading to powerful shoulders. What I guess, at a hunch, was the neck of an oversized goat head, easily almost 3 meters tall. Black, beady eyes with a malevolence in them, and stumpy horns pushing through the hair above its brow. I could see the greasy hair of its chin dripping with saliva leaking from the corners of its mouth as it sniffed the air, sounding for all the world like an enormous set of bellows. It snorted out a fetid plume as it raised its head and looked past my position to the barn and ranch. Seemingly satisfied, it stepped out of the trees, crouched, and moved towards the coyote. It waited as it got closer. I waited as it got closer. 30 yards, 20, 15. Sucking in as much air as I could, I leaped from my concealed position, bringing my Mosin over my head, and shouted for all I was worth. That sound that came out of me, I don't think I could ever replicate. If I did, it would have to be in a life or death situation. Everything was contained in that scream. Every shouted order to fix bayonets and charge, every screaming balls on fire rush across no man's land, every howl of fury of as blades met, every roar of primitive fury that another dare take what is mine. Stopping dead in its tracks, I reared up to its full terrible height, almost twice mine in boots and coyote coat. Summoning another shout, I shouldered the rifle and took a pace forward. How, I don't know, as I was ready to piss myself with my own stupidity. This was something else. This was a force of nature, and I was going to stand against it? Damn right I was. Ducking its hair head, it glared at me with those obsidian orbs of primordial hunger. This creature was contesting its claim. Taking a step forward, it answered with a bellowed challenge of its own, the bass rumble of its howl threatening to shake loose the tenuous hold it had upon my bowels. Its own howl, still echoing in my ears, I couldn't move forward. Everything in me was screaming to cut and run, but as I stood there gazing down the abused wooden length of my Mosin, the dings and pits in the stock stood out in the light. I don't know how and I don't know why, but I took strength in that. This weapon had faced monsters before, faced an unstoppable machine and brought it to its knees. With the snort of its fetid breath, it moved to take another step forward. Answering with another Cro-Magnon howl, I strode forward, standing over the offending pile of guts that had become the line in the snow. A scarce few yards from me stood a creature out of forgotten legends, a nightmare made manifest, glaring at me with hatred. Hatred, and something else. A low, rumbling growl built that I could feel in my chest as its lips skinned back over foul teeth and a twisted parody of a grin, baring teeth that had no business in an even oversized goat's mouth. A third primitive scream escaped my lips as I sighted just over its shoulder and fired my Mosin. Thunder and fire erupted from the old weapon, playing a modern counterpart to my own ancient cry. It startled the beast, and it backed off a step. Taking my cue, I stepped forward past the coyote, raised the rifle above my head, stretching upwards on my balls of my feet for as much height as I could muster, screaming at the top of my lungs. For whatever reason, that was enough. Backing up and finally turning around, it stalked off into the woods. Somehow, deep down, in that primitive brain of mine, I knew I had won, but the rational part of my brain still wanted to piss myself. I compromised by keeping a steady eye on the woods and pissed on its tracks. I hauled the carcass back to the barn and burned it in a barrel, went and sat up on the barn with a bottle of whiskey for the rest of the day. I never came across another kill anywhere on the property after that. I found tracks, but never anywhere near the perimeter clearing between the fence and the tree line. I even sighted it from a distance a few times after that, but always from a long ways off, and we gave each other a fairly wide berth. I made the barest mention of it to the boss after he'd been back for a while, but he just chalked it up to all the other crazy shenanigans I'd been up to while I held down the fort for 2 months, and he wasn't really interested. I tried talking to a few tribal elders, but none of them wanted anything to do with me. That's pretty much it for spooky stories from that time. And I do believe that's pretty much it for me. Folks, it's about to hit midnight, and I can feel my throat hating me tomorrow morning whenever I wake up. We'll have to see how I feel, but I would like to continue and do more of these, as I have only gotten through, where are we right now? Crazy Ranch is post number 5, 10, 15, 20. I've gotten through, like, actually quite a bit, come to think of it. So, like, 20 stories is pretty good out of, I believe, 60. That's like 33, that's like 1/3 of what's in here. Whew, man. Well, I'm kind of surprised. I didn't think I could manage. Let me do something really quick before before we end off here, though. Let me take a look at Twitch and see who's around, because we're gonna get ready for a raid. That's right, folks. We're gonna find somebody in the same category as us. And why is that lady that does body art naked always on the front page of frickin' Twitch? I want it gone. I want it gone. I want it gone. There seems to be nobody alive. At the top list of my recommended channels, there's... Oh, wait, no. There's somebody that's playing. Thank you for the comfy stream, Han Bun Bun. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the nickname, Mond. It's much appreciated. I like it. Eepy Wawa? I don't know. This person has been streaming for Those are cute emotes too. Tell you what, I'm just gonna go into the VTuber tag and gonna sort by recommended to me. Who's even around? Oh my god, Paper Bag is gaming. He's got a lot of folks watching him. Okay, let me check around. Who's doing something similar to us here that hasn't been... It's just starting live. We'll find somebody. I refuse to give up. We'll find somebody. Anybody. There's GX Aura, the what is that? Ira 129 is up. Let me see. She is drawing. She is oh, Jimmy. Hello, Jimmy. Oh, and also hello. Welcome, Dante. It's good to see you. I didn't know you were there. Hello. It's good to see you both. Let me think. I see somebody playing. Corpse Party is a bit too much. Maybe something that's just as chill. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I'm super tired. I'm just looking for somebody to hit up. So maybe Ira will be the one. Okay. Let's do it. Let's make this ladies' day. Caleb Horace. Caleb Horace. He's talking about Yu-Gi-Oh, it seems. Fitness fascist. You know what? Let's, you know, for that alone, he has that funny little tag. Let's hit him up. Raid Caleb Horace VT. Ugh. All right, folks. Rabbit has done a lot of talking today. Rabbit is ready to rest. Good night, Han. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for coming, Tiny. Thank you for putting up with all this for so long. I'm much appreciated. I'm gonna go knock out. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye, everybody. I'm gonna miss you. Bye-bye.